We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said. Yeah. Truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, this real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. Left the streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. Left the streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings, break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets, we need you here. What is it, vision, future focused king, break generational suffering. We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys. Truth over lies. Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters at mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, and forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man? Build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set. Something you can feel. If the streets saying hate, it's love with the spine. We trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets we need you here. Quarters zip vision, future focus kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in, you jive chickens. It is Tuesday, Truth Over Lies. Y'all see the title. Y'all know ain't too many people can mine through this topic like me and Mr. Walker. F the street movement. It's gonna get crazy.
Yes, sir. Truth over lies, my baby. Whether or not you can resonate with this message that's about to come to you, come one, come all, this fine December 23rd, 2025. Me and Mr. X is very much still alive and feeling fine, reporting to you, Jive Chickens, with truth over lies, man. F them streets. That's always been the motto. Get up out there. Shout out to Uncle Elroy off for Friday After Next. I never said I was staying in the hood. I told y'all ninjas since I was a little nugget that as soon as I got some sense about me and some twos and fews, I was gone.
Shout out Uncle Elroy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Oh, here we go. Like I say, we actually had another topic on deck. All right, we was mining through we had something else we was going to talk about a little bit more from last week, but that's fine. That gives us time, but this is something current. It's going on. It's hot, and we're going to talk about it.
It's a good thing, no? F these streets. I think so. You know, that's what, you know what? I'm always looking deeper into things, and excuse me, I'm trying to get set in my ways. The fact that we got to have a conversation as to whether or not folks is along with this new movement of F the streets is crazy to me. Why is it desirable to be a crash out thug gangster ninja? Tell me.
I agree. So as y'all know, we're going to mine up here tonight. We will be dropping the link. We're looking for the critics and detractors. All right. We know a lot of people going to agree, but we're looking for the people on the other side because I know it exists. We're going to talk about it.
Come on. I recall, seeing one or two people in the chat, that had something kind of not so positive to say about these brothers effing, saying F the streets, the quarter zip movement. Shout out to the intro song. Huh? What you think about the quarter zips, G-Nell?
Seriously. So, like I said, we're going to get into it. We getting set up here. Shout out to Frederick Howard, gifting a membership.
Always first, always coming through.
And shout out, Katie and Kyrie became a member.
Appreciate you, brother. Day one right there.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we are. I'm trying to get set up. It's a lot. Where we at? Let me pull this up. So it started here. All right, with the brother, Young Thug and 21 Savage, as y'all see on the thumbnail. These are the poster child, all right, the poster children. They leading the movement. They saying F the streets.
Interesting. Young Thugga. That's an odd character in my eyes. I don't know what to make of him. What's the motive is what I'm getting at. 21 Savage. Don't know much about him. But here's my thing. I question, give us some motive, give us some words. Why were you out here with all this street thug gangster music, even if it was their life? I don't know. I got to hear more because there's room for atonement. I don't want to be a hypocrite, but I need to hear more.
And I think throughout this show here, that's going to be the contradiction. People getting too caught up in the messengers instead of the message, right? So they so worried about why are they saying it instead of whether it's right or wrong.
And that's what I mean. I don't want to be too judgmental because I was about to jump on that train. However, old shell shock war veteran, he know what he's talking about when he say war is terrible. You like, well, you got many, confirmed deletions, Mr. Army man. You was out there rocking and rolling. He said, but it's terrible. Don't do it. So this could be a similar circumstance. So I'm riding this. Nevertheless, it's a positive message. So I'm willing to hear these wild characters out.
So I'm going to start here. F the streets. All right, y'all see the thumbnail? What we talking about? It says, the movement is dividing the culture. So it is causing a division.
And that's what I started off with. How is it causing division? Something good? It shouldn't. That's a dumb question. I gotta stop that. I be living in my own bubble. Was right is wrong, was wrong is right nowadays. God dang it. Why? How? Sway. This is positive. Is it because the young brothers don't look so cool and hip? if they got on their Carlton Banks polo gear and quarter zips. That's what it is. These women on these dating shows tell us day in and day out, Mr. X, they want the reformed thug, but you got to be a thug.
Seriously. So we talk about F the streets, like I said, the messengers. I've been saying it for a long time. It's like F the poverty, F the, debaucherous culture. So that's what I identify the streets with.
And I believe us being here today reflects that, Mr. X. You cannot, be out there in them streets, especially the way you was, brother, respectfully. And if you glorify it, you don't ever leave. You have got to reject it. You can't be proud of what you're doing and then get out of it. It don't work that way. You got to have that anxiety to change. But a lot of folks don't.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna let this play. We've been talking about this for a long time. A lot of people prisoners of the moment before we even came on YouTube. But even since we've been up here, we did the docuseries when we Cart Before the Hood. How many of y'all remember Cart Before the Hood? You ain't a day one. So I'm saying we've been on this train, man.
Miss X took us through the projects of Fort Worth, Texas. I was just looking at those series. Yeah, y'all didn't watch the Ain't Gonna series. The one video got less than 1,000 views. Y'all scared, huh? Don't be scared to go to where the nuggets dwell and procreate. We took y'all a walk right through there. It's pure debauchery. They talked about walking through, open lots and seeing deleted bodies while they're on their way to school. Yeah, Cart Before the Hood, baby.
So we've been here years ago. Now they talk about F the streets, man. We've been trying to, like I said, even before YouTube. That's what I'm trying. This has been decades in the making. Trust me.
A lot of the energy that bought a Mr. X and Mr. Walker up here was the F the streets mentality. We kept observing too many youngsters in our neighborhood being deleted. Shout out to Kevin Samuel, shout out to the Manosphere. Like a lot of that had a lot to do with why a lot of y'all know us today. We nobodies. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to anxiety to do better. Say the babies.
It's documented. That's fine. All this stuff is documented.
That's why I love you too. I ain't got to do no splaining. You know where I stand. Check that footage. 4K, baby.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
Happening, y'all. A shift is happening. Right in time for the holidays, Young Thug said, F the streets. Then, domino effect. Pooh Shiesty said, yeah, man, F the streets. You heard me? We traumatized. Then YFN Lucci, F the streets. Then it's Mo G Herbo on FaceTime with his family saying, F the streets. Now we just gotta stop glorifying the streets in the music, you heard me? Because if it's F the streets and the streets are dead, but then we making music that's glorifying the streets, it undoes all the progress. But we got the domino effect going. Everybody's saying, man, F the streets, the streets dead. Yes, make sure that all these brothers know. If y'all fans of them, make sure them boys know, hey, let's not glorify the streets in the music, you heard me? A shift is happening, Lord Jesus.
So shout out to this brother, the brother D1. He been a conscience, doing his thing. So conscious rapper. He could have signed who was that? Cash Money tried to sign him back in the day, but he was like, look, I'm doing this. I ain't doing that. So
salute to this brother. Salute to all entertainers and artists out there that dare to stand on their morals and not succumb to fame and fortune. Shout out to not Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. I know that was the biggest example of this in our time. Dave Chappelle turned down like a 80 million, 100 million for his show or something crazy. And since he turned it down because he didn't want to, act broke wrists and do wild stuff for that money, then they called him crazy and said he went off to Africa and was running around naked in the bush. That's what they do when you stand on your moral compass. So if anybody start rumors about Miss X and Mr. Walker doing things y'all know we ain't gonna do, conspiracy. All right, conspiracy.
That part. So here we are. The problem is, like I keep saying, the messengers. So that's people ain't worried about the message because the message ain't new. Like I said, we documented it. We've been talking about this stuff. It's just that we ain't millionaires with millions of followers. So people act like they don't hear it.
That's what's amazing. Because even if you are a millionaire with millions of followers. Now you no longer qualify, Miss X, to talk about the problems of the folks down here in the bucket and the gutter muck. We've learned that. Not that that's us, but shit can't tell.
Let's get it, man. My prayer and my heart is with these boys for real.
Boy, I'm gonna need you to send this to them, cause maybe I'm confused. I thought that we hustled in the streets just so we can get out the streets. Ain't no way in there. We getting out of jail just to go back to jail. That's the dumbest shit in the world. I don't give a how much you love the streets, crazy man. It is not a human being. That shit will never love you back, fool.
I agree. So, yeah. I mean, the object is always to get out the streets. Even the people that's in it, even the most hardest nug out there. When he gets some bread, he getting out the streets. Look at Frank Lucas and them. All right, they moving. They're going to get a mansion somewhere. That's the goal. Don't nobody want to get rich and stay in the trap house. They only there because they can't level up because there's only so much room for growth. The ceiling is about 2 inches.
And it's full of traps and snares and homeboys that want to hunch on your old lady. Ags Takashi 69. That's diabolical. Ain't no honor amongst thieves. That's why, listen, I grew up in this underworld, man. There was honor. You didn't snitch on one another. You know what I'm saying? You held each other down in certain ways. You know what I mean? I seen the ends of it where you got locked up and your homeboy, not only was he not touching your lady, you know, so he dropping stuff off. He ain't never in her presence. He just dropping stuff off on the porch and leaving. Yeah, see, y'all know it's rules to this, man. Y'all, that's why after streets, there used to be a retirement plan. If you stood your ground, you got out of jail from doing a bid, folks looked out for you. They didn't hand you a pack to go back. Yeah, it's over after streets.
Man. And shout out to BY with the fireball. Says it's hard to make gang songs when you've been labeled as a known snitch.
And BY, I know that's the detraction. Granted.
A sidewalk gonna say something about a real certified street here. I done been talked about by many. They done said everything they want to say. But I ain't been beat by none. So go ahead and say all that other stuff that you want to say about me. Tell your friends, I don't care. But we know, just because you done rolled in the Dodge and you got a pretty gun and all that, don't mean you're a certified street. I don't even listen to that ain't got no bodies under their belt. So don't let this soup fool you.
Say this carefully because I know how the internet gets. But when rappers, especially mainstream rappers, start saying fuck the streets, I think that's lazy and I think it's dangerous. Not because the streets are good, not because the streets don't destroy lives, but because words without plans don't liberate people, they abandon them. Here's the problem. When a rapper who's made it out says fuck the streets, the message doesn't land on politicians, city council, or systems. It lands on the kids still in it. And to them, it doesn't sound like growth. It sounds like I got mine, you're on your own. That's different from accountability. That's disassociation, and disassociation feels empowering to the person who escaped, but devastating to the people still.
Yeah, two things is true. Here we are. These kids should not be looking to rappers as father figures or for any inspiration. I want my son looking at Young Thug and them for inspiration. That's part of the problem. What I've been telling y'all, let's get back to families. There got to be a father in the house. We talk about, I always tell you, I want to start at the top of the tree. Let's go to the roots, baby.
Hey, amen. Shout out to Medium Man. He stayed dropping knowledge and content on YouTube and Facebook. Shout out to that brother. But no, man, that part mistakes. There's no way in heck as a sacrificial, loving father, I am about to allow any worldly influence have more influence on my child than me. I have failed. I take full accountability for that because we, as parents, we got to know the world is out there to get our babies. So we have to stand in the gap. If my kid decide that he want that crazy or he want to feel let down because thugger say F the streets, and I want to sit here and blame thugger, Man, please. But I hear you, brother, but no.
Like he said, feel like abandonment. There was never any hope. At best, it was false hope, fool's gold. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, there was never any hope. Yeah, it was coddling. Well, it was not coddling, but they could associate a feeling of belonging. So there you go. I'm out here in the streets. I'm down bad, looking like Meek with the braids back in the day. But Thugger, this rich man driving Rolls Royces, talking about my struggle that I'm currently in, then I guess it's some kind of, we a group now. But now you're saying F the streets. Now I'm a lonely brokey.
Trap, because now the streets aren't just dangerous, they're worthless. And once you tell people they're worthless, they stop trying to protect anything. That's how you get more violence, not less. Here's the other issue. Fuck the streets sounds revolutionary.
Hold on, man. That don't even make sense.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
We got to get out of this mind state. How can F the streets, everybody's saying F the streets create more violence? Like, if that's the case, we got bigger fish to fry. If we all out here, if the thuggers, everybody talking about F the streets, Big Meech and them, and then it creates more violence. The parents, we got to look back at the parents.
I'm trying to figure out who he trying to protect. Miss X, thank you. Because I'm like, brother, nothing you saying. You got on a high-vis vest like you a responsible, hardworking brother. You CDL driver. Some of y'all CDL drivers kind of wonky. I'm finding out. Y'all need to go get a physical because you wilding, brother. You wilding. You a whole resourceful man, and you trying to protect devastation. F the streets because you're going to get rid of hope. And once hope is going out, it's going to become more violent.
Because them kids in the trap, if Thugger saying F the streets, I thought I can be the next Thugger. You come from where I come from. So now you saying what? What I'm supposed to do now? Get a job? Go to trade school? What y'all want me to do now? I'm trying to be the next Thugger. I'm trying to be the next 21 Savage. What am I supposed to do now?
Yes, that's where
you said with no solution. See, but we shouldn't be looking at them. They can start the conversation, but of course, Young Thug and these guys ain't about to have no real solutions. That's why we here, men like us, but y'all don't listen.
And he too could join the ranks. Thugger and Savage faced them, moved out the way. Now it's time for men like us to step in the gap and talk to these kids and be an influence, brother. And obviously you ain't taking that approach, I can heavily assume, because you talking about thugging them effing the streets and now the kids is doomed. I'm not saying that because I know that I'm going to do my part so that ain't true. Whatever, however small that is, but we got to do something with your blowed out self. Yeah, see, and that's another thing. I'm you up here talking all matter of fact, waving your damn finger. You ain't that thorough, brother. And y'all know it ain't just physical. That who you are on the inside reflects on the outside. Most respectfully, like, yeah, put your fat finger down.
And that's the problem with somebody like him. He would think that he, quote unquote, came from the streets. And we got to quit thinking this stuff is a rite of passage. And it's not. It is traumatizing. It leaves men either a lifetime of trauma, in the grave, or in prison. We got to stop the cap. He's sitting there like, yeah, it's a rite of passage. I mean, this is how I got here. It molded me. It made me stronger.
Dead. Yeah, you ain't Bane. That's that JP madness. Shout out to the press. No, man. I thank God every day with my whole heart for my position in life today. At the very same time, I can acknowledge the remnants of my past that follow me. There is no clean escape from the hood. You are either going to develop a mentality and thick enough skin to deal with it where it looks flawless, or you're going to succumb to it to some degree, blowed out, wagging your finger, talking about thugger ruining the world.
Oh, man.
I've been working my tail off. I've been working doubles. I'm getting that bread. I'm getting that check. I have me a car in the next 2 weeks. And will. Sure will. And then after that, my house. I'm a hustler. You hear me? I ain't gotta go dig. I ain't this broke person that everybody keep talking about. I go get it. I ain't lazy. I take care of my kids.
Shout out to Smell the Roses with Miss Raquel Rose dropping 100 balls, sponsoring the show. She says, Merry Christmas, brothers. Thank you for the successful year.
Wives are so predictable, man. So predictable. Hey, y'all, Merry Christmas. Thank you. Always showing appreciation. Always showing love. We appreciate your sister. It has been an absolute pleasure having you know that. Oh, man. Appreciate your sister. Always coming through. We appreciate you, Mrs. Raquel Rose.
Come through, sponsoring the show.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, sister. So shout out to Raquel. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to her channel. Make sure y'all I'll drop the link here in the chat. We missed Raquel this past Saturday. She was deeply missed. Hopefully we can have her back this week.
There you go. Shout out to her. She was rocking out last night. I caught to tail end of the show with the funny. She be showing those cousin Tommy prank call-ins. They do be kind of funny. They do be funny. Just I'm like, if I was on the other end of that, it ain't so funny, but it do be funny.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, sister. So here we are. We still mining through this. F the streets.
Come on, brother.
Yeah.
Revolutionary, but it actually avoids responsibility. It skips the hard part. The hard part is saying I survived something broken, and now I have a responsibility not to romanticize it or abandon it. There's a difference between rejecting lifestyles and rejecting the people shaped by it. You can say, I don't glorify street culture anymore. That's growth. You can say, I don't want kids thinking this is the only way. That's leadership. But when you just say, fuck the streets with no follow-up, no plan, no framework, that's not wisdom. That's a mic drop with no cleanup. And we've seen better ways to do this. Real examples.
Like I say, quit looking to them to be leaders. And there was more context added. Like the one dude showing, they showing, I'm with my kids. I'm raising my family. I got a girl. They are showing families. What these guys, Young Thug just got engaged for whatever it's worth. Right? The G Herbo, he was with his lady and his kids. It is what it is. We got to start somewhere. So they are, got to show it. They showing examples.
There you go. Mr. X, our community at this point just wholeheartedly rejects the idea of family, especially marriage. It always catches me off guard personally whenever I end up interacting with an old associate from back in the day. And I tell them I'm married and been married, for 13 years. And they look at me like I'm a Martian, an absolute Martian. Hey, why don't you come out? But hey, man, I got a wife and kids at home. I can't be out late. They're like, oh, for real? I'm like, yes, I do. I got to be responsible. And seeing this, like, I'm just like, I know the hood, they just don't respect you. Tell as a black man, if you halfway look like me, and you tell folks you got a family, they just be scratching. They will not hear you the first time. You don't understand. I'm telling you, it's deep. They won't hear you the first time. You're like, I'm like, that's my wife. They're like, oh, how you your girlfriend? I said, wife. I'm married. He got dang.
That part.
You don't have to fund every block to be responsible. You don't have to save everybody. But you can redirect without shitting on people. Some artists stop using street talk in their music entirely and pivot to ownership, business, and family narratives. That's silent leadership. Others invest in trade programs, recording studios, or local businesses that hire people who would otherwise be written off. That's practical help. Some mentor behind the scenes and never post it. That's maturity. Notice what they don't do. They don't insult the environment that shaped them just to prove they've outgrown it. because growth doesn't require disrespect. Growth requires replacement. If you're done with the streets, cool, but what are you replacing?
Well, growth requires, shedding dead skin, almost like a snake, right? You got to leave some stuff behind as you moving forward. You ain't never seen that snake go back for that skin. He don't need it anymore. I got new growth. So that's not true, brother.
He ain't start making sense as of yet. Like you can't paint F the streets in a bad light. You said F the streets. You disrespecting the streets. He said disrespect. What's getting disrespected? You see what I'm talking about? Like the message is tainted. Like there's nothing here, man. I would like.
Here's the thing. Are we confused? Are people saying that the streets is black people? Do they feel like people are saying F black people when they say F the streets?
That's the context.
What are we missing?
That's the context. I'm like, that's why I said who or what is getting disrespected? Because F them streets. Them streets give you trauma and scars. Nobody love them streets, and the streets don't love nobody. Have y'all forgotten that saying? The streets don't love nobody, but y'all gonna respect them. You not understand? Y'all crazy as hell, man. Y'all crazy. I ain't about to start trauma done. There ain't no way. F the streets. F them, and I hope they burn in Hades. What you talking about?
This is wicked. And shout out to Brother Ryan, became a member.
Appreciate you, Brother Ryan. I'm triggered, Ryan.
Them with? What's the alternative you're offering? Because tearing down an identity without offering a new one creates confusion, and confused people don't heal, they spiral. So no, the answer isn't stay loyal to the streets, and it's not fuck the streets either. The answer is I understand where I came from, I understand why it's broken, and I'm intentional about not feeding the cycle. And that's how you evolve without erasing people. That's how you escape without slamming the door behind you.
F the streets.
And that's how influence actually becomes leadership.
That's what it's about. Having your son with you. He don't know nothing about no streets. And I don't want my kids in the streets. I did enough time, I did enough drugs, did enough crime, and I done growed up, dog. You heard me?
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to this brother. This is Turk, if y'all don't know, from the Hot Boys. All right, he done did about 15 years in prison. He got out. He said, I'm with my son. Listen, he said, F them streets. I just got out of prison. Why don't we listen to men like this? Nah, y'all just got out. What? Do y'all want his son to go through what he went through?
You don't want to hear the answer to that, Mr. X. I'm gonna listen to Turk, Mr. Hot Boy himself, if I listen to High Viz Fluffy Man. Absolutely. I could take his perspective. He's been out there. He's been drugged through the blood, gunk, and viscera. I can hear you. And the other brother, you too fluffy, man. I ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say. Shout out to Turk. He did some hard time at a young age. You know what I'm saying? He really had to show he was tough. And I ain't seeing that he compromised through his face. Blessings to you and glory to you, brother. These young brothers went to prison young. That is a battle.
Seriously. So, yeah.
Salute to
I
him.
don't mind through this, but like I said, me and Mr. Walker definitely from the hood. Be myself. I am from the street, so I don't need to hear Turk or Young Thug. I don't need any of these guys to convince me of anything. All right, my message stands firm. Can't none of you ninjas tell me nothing.
Amen. Absolutely. I try to tell y'all, Mr. X is your favorite trapper's favorite trapper. You better understand.
He don't know nothing about no streets. And I don't want my kids in the streets. I did enough time, I did enough drugs, did enough crime, and I done growed up, dog. You heard me? So, that's what it's all about, bro. It's about growing up. It ain't the shit on nobody, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got respect for all y'all, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? But don't get into it with nobody trying to argue and fuss and prove a point about who's tougher. And because at the end of the day, we all lose, bro. When we lose, you hear me? Man, let's keep on winning, man. That's what it's about, raising these kids. What he says that?
He said, take a left.
My kids undecided what they even want for Christmas, man, because I make sure they have a Christmas every day. You feel me? We just get. Is that what he talking about? These the gaming computers? I mean, keyboards.
Turk, no. Wait, like, what you want, bro? Grab it.
Them the only ones they got. What's up, bro? My bad. Cool.
Hood regenerative with your screen on videography.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta see the damn thing.
Yeah.
You gotta shoot before you now.
Man,
I shoot for Ross Kanye. I see my portfolio.
Yeah, look, dudes all trying to give them mixtapes and stuff. Nonetheless, this brother here, like you said, he's a strong messenger. Listen to him, especially people who got children. All right, because they got the best interest of the kids at heart. They like, no, like it's a selfish mentality to want the kids to go through what we went through. That's crazy.
Absolutely, I'd rather die. I say that my whole heart ain't no way. I love this. This right here, yeah. This is what I call being selfishly selfless. You going as a father, you take your kid to the store, especially, you know, if you're a gamer, he a gamer. Oh, it's the best thing because you remember being a kid and wishing and imagining having a father there with you to buy you the stuff that you wanted. And now as a father buying it for your son is healing. Like you sitting there and you get to, it's weird. You get to relive it, but it's not in a toxic way. You reliving through him, but there has to be a balance. You can't sit there. You can't fall victim to giving your kid everything you didn't have. That's not how you do it. But you take pride. You take a selfish pride in being able to provide just the little things, a little headphone stuff that we couldn't get as kids. One controller, a headphone, man, please.
So here we go. So we mining through this F the Streets conversation. It's a movement that is dividing the culture. And I see y'all saying, is there still a community without the streets? Like we said, do y'all think the streets, when I say streets and it's in my mind, I'm thinking the worst parts of our culture. All right. The things that cause trauma, drama, and death, deletion, and prison, the horrible stuff. Like, obviously it ain't going to ever go away completely, but we can reduce it to almost nothing if we want to.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, when I think of streets, I don't think of the glory days in the hood when they had 3-4 public pools open in the summertime. It was safe to stay out after midnight on Halloween because adults actually looked out for the kids. I don't think about that, and that's not the streets. That's community and neighborhood. Like Mr. X said, the streets are the worst things. The streets don't love nobody. The community does. Rebuild. God, we have traded the community for the streets. F the streets. Bring back the community, man.
Yeah, tag me in the Instagram, Original Hot Boy Turk.
You know I got you on there.
Yeah,
but
tag.
I want to see you. I'm gonna send you my portfolio. You
Yeah.
DM it to you.
Yeah, just
me
send
right
it.
here.
Try to work, Turk.
Yep.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
So I'm from Baton Rouge, all right? And I recognize you from New Orleans.
Yeah.
Can I shake your hand?
I'm retired.
You like one of my favorite hot
Yeah,
boys.
all love.
That's what's up, man. Nice to see you.
All love.
That's what's up.
Christmas shopping for them kids,
That's
huh?
what's up, man.
Yeah. See, man, that's what it's about, man. All love.
I think that is so lame that there's some niggas out here in the rap game that's trying to change the narrative that the streets is not the way to go. And it's niggas that's literally in that same rap game that done did time, that done had to lose homies over the same shit that everybody fought for, saying that niggas is cop-outs because they not fighting for the streets no more. These same streets done took niggas' families away. These same streets done made niggas lose their life. These same streets done gave niggas time in jail. And y'all parading this shit around like somebody's supposed to be rooting for the streets or nah, this is what make you real. This street shit is corny, bro. And I know I sit up here on this internet and I act like, you know what I'm saying, the cool uncle that's, nah, bro, I'm from this. I'm really from this. You know what I'm saying? I got an uncle and I got an uncle and I got a cousin right now doing 40 years, both in the same jail, ADX. Right now, I got a cousin just came home from doing 10. My father lost 10 years to the game. I lost my best friend. I lost other niggas in this shit. And it's all because of what I chose to be around when I grew up, bro. This shit is dumb. And for rappers to be saying out their mouth, yo, nah, we love the streets. You dummy. Nigga, you not even in the streets no more. You talking for niggas that's around you. That's corny as hell, bruh. That's corny for y'all to be pushing this to niggas that's 17 to 24 years old so they can go out here and lose their life or get locked up and they mother gotta call and drive 3, 4, 8, 10 hours away.
And that's what I'm talking about here. The youth. I don't care about no grown-ass man. If you 35, 40, 50, you want to listen to whatever you want to crash out, do whatever you want. Let them lock your ass up. We talking about the kids. They are the most influential by this stuff. And they are the ones that are at risk and taking the L. So we got to do what's best for them.
Amen. And you know what? And part of doing what's best for them, we see the criticism that comes today with trying to be the messenger. So now we got to present like the messenger. Yeah, this brother was confusing me. I didn't know what his message was because he threw me off with his attire. I thought he was a panda bear. If we really want to reach these kids, it's a hard sell. They must look at us and see something they deem respectable. We got to acknowledge that. And with that being said, I don't think it behooves any man to wake up in the morning trying to make sure his car seats match his headscarf and match his Navajo-inspired blanket sweater.
His Navajo Disney-inspired poncho.
He coordinating like Pop's. I guess, but like my point is, his message is good. It's a good message. However, when these brothers and the Pooh Shiesties all rough, when they look at us, they must see someone they can respect, and that's gonna be a tough sell, brother.
Every weekend to go see them because they're being real to bum ass niggas like y'all, bruh. That's the problem right now. And we come on this internet and we laugh and we hee-haw. Oh, niggas is real, niggas is rats. You want niggas to be loyal to you out here on the streets when they go to jail, y'all niggas is banging their baby moms and y'all niggas ain't giving their moms no money on their commissary. Y'all niggas is corny as hell, bruh. And it's time for somebody to stand up and make a difference. Yeah, Thug and them, 21 of them said fuck the streets. It's fuck the streets. That's it. At the end of the day, you should be worried about your kids, nigga. That's what you should worry about. You see what's in my backseat right now? Car seats, nigga. That's what I'm gonna die for. That's what I'm gonna die for. Not no nigga that as soon as I get in the jam, he either gonna tell on me to save himself or nigga, he ain't gonna give my mother no money and she gonna be struggling trying to take care of me behind the wall. Y'all niggas is ignorant.
Yeah. Just like them people in that armed robbery that just happened. We might talk about it at a later date, but them brothers that was dressed up in the UPS outfits and ran in that house and deleted people. And now they locked up forever. Then the one dude gonna say the dude snitched on him when he didn't even have a mask on. He looking right into the camera. They like, dude, nobody snitch on you. Oh, they snitch on me. Shut up. You got double life. Go sit down somewhere.
Snitch. The daggone camera read your retinas. Got a DNA scan from your goofy self. Listen here, ain't no pity for a dumb criminal, my goodness. But shout out to the brother, the message is valid. And that's what I mean. There is no honor. There's no, what's the reasoning? There has to be a logical reason why you do these things. Shout out to white collar crimes. Oh, yeah, there's still honor there. White man will go ahead and embezzle $10 million knowing that he gonna go to jail. Knowing it. I'm tripping. $50 million. No, he gonna go to jail. He gonna be forced to pay back, was it restitution of maybe 15 million, and he gonna have another 5 million or 10 stashed away somewhere. He gonna go do his 10 years in some cushy prison, and they gonna come back out with $10 million with motion. Time well spent. There, that is the honor amongst the thieves of the white collar, but we ain't got that no more. You just go to jail, your woman getting hunched on.
Man. And my guy Unk be streaming. There's Fuchsia wearing ninja, not the messenger.
I'm Fuchsia.
Shout out to Unk.
That shit is ignorant as hell. And we gotta wake up. Y'all niggas be street niggas all y'all want to. But let me tell y'all something. I'm talking to the young niggas right now. Listen, young niggas with no records. Okay? You wanna be the biggest gangster in the world, nigga? And you got kids, you wanna know what you do? You keep your record clean and you gonna get your gun license. That's what you do. Okay? You wanna lay something down, make sure you lay it down for something that's important. Like your family, your wife, the mother of your kids, nigga. Not for these niggas out here that don't care about you when it come between you and them. Fuck them niggas, because guess what? Them niggas can't walk around with no straps. They can't protect their family. They can't do nothing. All them niggas gonna do is pop perks, beg for rods, and buy illegal shit and get more shit put on their resume. And guess what? The further and further they get to that hole, the more they can't do nothing about that shit. Fuck the streets. I'm just a messenger.
Hey, all these people saying fuck the streets and all this, I'm not with it. Because I am, you know, I'm a big part of the streets. You know, that's where my love at. That's where my genuine love at. They love me so much, you know, and I'm always speak up for the streets, bro. We talking about how it traumatized it. Yeah, it fucked us up, but it made us success stories. Everybody who was traumatized by the streets, it made you a success story to lead them streets.
Man, listen here, Boozy.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. So I think people like this, y'all really need to keep an eye on it. All right. He got the most to gain by the street culture still being debaucherous. All the products and services he got to offer to the streets. All right. This the same man that had, shout out to Charleston, what you say, had the 15-year-old boy doing deletions. Like this ninja? Absolutely not.
No. And again, Mr. X, with his context, the streets is the community. The streets is the people. He said the streets show him love. He older than us. What the heck happened to the streets don't love nobody, but now they love a select few. My foot. This is insane. But here we are. Noted. Mark it in blood. The culture, the black community has traded in community for the cold pavement of the streets. It's a fact. And they love it. They send it. I love the streets. Don't say F the streets. This is insanity.
All lies. All lies.
We're trying to get you old now. Viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when he need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets we need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Oh, my bad. We back. Hey, shout out to the Truth Over Lies song. I'll be jamming to that. Yeah. Truth Over Lies.
Hating old Boozy. And shout out to Unc. He says, Boozy, goofy ass, pending charges now, but he's street.
But the streets built me, dog. They made me successful. I never give any credit to no daggone streets.
And shout out to Woke Will. He says, do y'all think the community is really going to go for it? Let's be real. It's a holiday weekend coming up. We know what's about to happen.
Yeah, crime, drama, and trauma. I feel you, Woke Quill. It's not about I believe and feel like we can't worry about whether they're gonna go for it. Brother Woke Quill got to plant the seed and walk away.
That's it. Yeah, but to say nothing, I think it's cowardice.
Amen.
So, but like you say, will they listen? Absolutely not. Because Boozy telling them not to. But people keep listening to him.
Because the streets is cool, man.
I'm just a messenger.
Hey, all these people saying fuck the streets and all this, I'm not with it. Because I am, you know, I'm a big part of the streets. You know, that's where my love at. That's where my genuine love at. They love me so much, you know, and I'm always speak up for the streets, bro. We talking about how it traumatized it. Yeah, it fucked us up, but it made us success stories. Everybody who was traumatized by the streets, it made you a success story to lead them streets. Streets made everything. Hip hop, NFL, NBA. All these are people who come from the most 60% are from the NBA are from the streets. All athletes are from the streets. They had to play ball to leave the streets.
Can we talk about it?
So that was sort of.
They didn't. I just said it earlier. Why quit acting like the streets is a rite of passage? It absolutely is not, because my son is going to be extremely successful, just like Mr. Walker's son and the rest of our children, and they will not be in the streets. So stop the cap. All right. Just because we done something, I would never tell somebody, you got to do this. You're going to end up like me. Say, how did you get here? Oh, this is what I did. And the only way you can make it is if you do it too.
Absolutely. The freak. Now, every time you say that, Mr. X, I cringe. Because, man, absolutely not. No. I don't know what else to say, but no. The streets don't build anything. I refuse to give the streets credit. Saying, oh, it built me. And here we go. He talking about, oh, it built us up. It made us so many successful athletes. I used to ride that crazy train. I used to ride that crazy train. Absolutely not. Show me true success stories from these circumstances in the hood that go to the NBA, NFL, and where they perish in a peaceful manner. You see what I'm saying? Forget they had a run of millions and it was lit for a while, because too many of them brothers end up depressed, emotionally compromised. Shout out to that one show with them NFL players always up there talking and trauma bonding. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, it's a lot of pain and trauma, and the money can't fix it. So I hear what he's saying. You know, I guess be proud of where you from. Be proud of what you made it through. But there you go, Sister Repink. That PTSD. Come on, man. That's not triumphant.
And like I said, it's all fool's gold. Like, for every one man that makes it to the NFL, there's 10,000 broken men who don't know what to do next. All right. Y'all sell these dreams so much, and these kids, they spend, 15, 20 years of their life playing football, whatever, thinking they're going to make it to the top. Everybody praising them, and they don't. And then people pull the rug. I see these boys year after year, decade after decade, my whole life. All right. And y'all throw them to the streets. No, after them Friday night lights, if they go to college and if they don't get drafted,
over. Not to my own horn, but I have an old article in Sports Illustrated that depicts what Mr. X just said. I described my last high school game as going back to them projects as to walking into a spider web. I knew what was waiting for me. I was very much aware it was trying to consume my brother Gavin. I seen it. It was not a mystery. And that's what it is. These kids, they be, the best thing smoking in Little League, high school, and it's just like that. As soon as they find out you ain't got no D1 scholarship and the lights and the cameras to stop flashing, that parental figure, grandma, mom, whoever, that's been buying you the latest cleats and all the latest stuff, now that there's no guarantee you about to make enough money to take care of all of us, what you about to do? Wendy's hiring. You can't stay here too much longer. You a bill now.
And what he gonna do? Now he's sitting there with no skills because all he know how to do is run the football and tackle. So what he gonna do? More than likely what the rest of his friends doing. Pick up some dope, more than likely go get a strap, all right, start sliming, whatever the case, start acting like Boozy in them. So it's destructive. Like I said, if you are elite, I don't think the greats need to stop participating. We need to find what we are great at and hang our hat there. All right. I think we are forcing too many kids into things they don't need to be doing. When you got the Asian parents, Mr. Walker tell y'all, they will force their kids to be doctors. This is what the hell you gonna do. But we choose to force our kids to play football. And we will get them training as young as 7 to 8 years old, spending thousands of dollars on trainers to try to make sure they run faster and jump higher. But they won't even know how to read or calculate.
This is not far-fetched. That is the truth. We grew up with D1 athletes where the D1 colleges they were going to had to make exceptions because their grades were not up to par. Yeah. Long as you can run and jump fast, Ninja, you all right. I rebuke in the name of the Lord. I swear to goodness. I don't think I ever said this, but I'm going to say it now. I don't think I was ever supposed to play sports. I thank God for the journey and all the lessons, but I was never meant to be a football player. Like Mr. X saying, you a certain size and big enough. Oh, go play ball. You a big boy. No, man, I want to learn about science. Yeah, I want to be a nerd. Where Bill Nye at? F these pads, man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Divine says majority of rappers that rap about cash and drugs don't live in the hood anymore. They want the better lives, live better lives. He says the streets don't care about nobody.
They like to go back to the hood and stun on them, Brother Divine.
Well, that's the problem when you grow up in broken homes, right? So when you're growing up in these broken homes, like most of us do, especially myself, you can identify the streets with love because you never had it. You never had anything that you thought was love. So the streets will welcome you with open arms, not hold you accountable, let you do whatever the hell you want. That's what we think love is.
There it is. Plain and simple.
And shout out to Divine. He says, I get the saying, don't forget where you came from. But since the beginning of time, we want it better for our kids and don't want them exposed to that life.
Like I said, there's some sick hoodoo in this message, Divine. I believe folks like this, Lambusi shows it. They are sharks in a fishbowl whenever they drive through they childhood hood and they Rolls Royces and McLarens. Do you know? I can't imagine what that feel like. Where everybody look at you like you a damn pot of gold. It's got to be a heck of a boost to the ego, and I believe they feed off of that. If you ask me.
And I think too many people are hit dogs. So people need to get out of their feelings. I think as a culture, people are trying to reset standards. And every time somebody try to reset a standard, people got pissed off and F the streets. That granted, whoever been in the streets in the past, we can't go back and cry over spilled milk. We are talking about moving forward. We have to set this standard for the children. Nah, they got to eat that. They got to go through it.
Absolutely not. Controlled. Shout out to Brother Mailbox Sports. I think, no, it wasn't Mailbox. There's another brother on the panel. But controlled challenges. When you out in the project hallways with the deleters and the scammers and the madness and the crack smoke, that's not controlled. That is very much uncontrolled. And if the environment don't recognize you as a hunter or a wolf, they will consume you. And it's like, this is lost on folks. It's not a rite of passage. It's a damn fight for survival.
I tell you what, be a long night tonight. We're going to give y'all a dissertation. I got a PhD in this. Ain't a soul on earth it's unwavering.
I second that message always.
And shout out to I Am DJ with the super sticker.
Appreciate you, DJ.
And shout out to Rachad Media with the 10 ball. Says Gavin X. That is a great point you are making. However, those Asians and other kids have father and mother nurturing and raising them to be professional. Well, yes. Rachad, that's always my message. So yeah, it's a compounding message. What do I talk about? Marriage, family, father, mother. So it's all the same.
You got to start mating with father-minded men, ladies. You got to start finding fathers, not just weenies, walking weenies.
We talking about how it traumatized it. Yeah, it fucked us up, but it made us success stories.
He sounded like Jay Prince. JP, where you at? You in the crowd? He said it effed us up. It traumatized us. It traumatized us and effed us up, but it made us a success story. What's the stats? Give the damn stats, Boozy. You don't even know what a stat is. You're an idiot. I don't know why this dude is even speaking. It made us. Who is us? You and people anecdotally that you know. Speak general, speak on all black men. Give us the per capita. Give us the real stats. Don't tell me about we got millionaires now and then tell us about the other side of the coin. Let's go to the graveyard. Let's go to the prisons. Let's go to the streets.
If we all could see the visions and thoughts and concerns inside of millionaire Boosie's head, you would be like, I don't know if it's really success. Come on, man. We see too many examples. Shout out to Wild Meek Mill.
This is a man that been to prison. He got to drink lean all day and do heavy drugs just to go to sleep. We ain't about to play with it. I don't want that for my son.
What did my brother Scrappy say? Scrappy was talking to his mama. He said, you don't understand. He said, I understand. I seem tough, everything going good. But the visions inside my head from whatever I experienced, that's the trauma. Those replaying instances. Even if you grow numb to them and they're in the back, they can't talk about these things. Like Miss X said, they ain't numb to it. Hence the lean and the perks and the wild-ish.
I am, I'm a big part of the streets. That's what my love is. That's what my genuine love is. They love me so much, and I'm always speak up for the streets, bro. We talking about how it traumatized it. Yeah, it fucked us up, but it made us success stories. Everybody who was traumatized by the streets, it made you a success story to lead them streets.
False.
Streets made everything. Hip hop.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
So he the poster child. Right now, you got the one side, the 21 Savages, the Young Thugs, and all of them. They saying F the streets. But then you got Boosie. He's the poster child for the opposite side. He's like, no, I got a problem with y'all saying that. I am the streets.
This is Boosie Badass. This has been his persona forever. So it is what it is. But again, look at it. You got to identify the person talking. What else do we expect the Boosie to say in his current situation with his rep that he is very, hell-bent on keeping up? Got a rep. This Mr. Put Your Kuda Cat on IG for $1,000. He all in a constant state of unhingedness. Him, Trick Daddy, they all wild. But the message ain't positive. The streets don't love nobody. To sit here as an adult male with children and say the streets give me love, that's like 15 asterisks.
Fair, NBA, all these are people who come from most 60% are from the NBA are from the streets. All athletes are from the streets. They had to play ball to leave the streets. So the streets got success stories. This shit ain't all trauma. Trauma turned into success.
See, the moment anybody say all, he say the streets is not all trauma. It's just about 96%. It's not all right? There are some success. It's not all.
We need parameters of what the streets are, because the section that ain't bad, you got to get very specific about it. I gave y'all what I can assume they talking about. The public pools, running around in the summertime, riding bikes. Those days, in my understanding, for one, are long gone. They ain't even here no more. So I don't know what the cookouts, that's not the streets, that's community. Basketball courts, that's community.
But no, now they shooting up the cookouts. They shooting up the basketball courts. They shooting up the little kids' birthday parties. Y'all seen them kids. They shot small kids, 11, 9, 10 years old. I mean, come on now. There are everything. There are no more rules.
I can't be around it. I could never be numb to the harming of children. Adults, unfortunately, yes. But children, absolutely. That's why I got to get away, because I crash out on one of these crash outs.
Let's keep it real, bro. Like, man, I ain't gonna nah, man. We ain't finna be on no fuck the streets shit, especially if you done made it off the streets, nigga. Come on, man. Like, take the streets out of all our music. Take street shit out, all our music. Who are we now? Who are you now without that street message?
And that's pathetic. That's pathetic. You as damn near a 50-year-old man or however old you is saying, what am I without the street music? You have not developed. Look at the brothers out there. Shout out to the brother Nas. You got Nasty Nas just secured that $1 billion deal to put casinos in New York City. All right. Bender, you got to boss up and be a grown man. Rapping is a young man's sport. Like, respectfully, it's a young man's sport.
Can't grow out of it. I concur because of the context. But I don't agree with, these youngsters disregarding the legends of the rap game. Shout out to Busta Rhymes, whoever y'all deem to be legends. But at the same time, this rapping, it is a young man's game. You must evolve. Shout out to Andre 3000. Shout out to Jay-Z. You got to evolve out of it to something, or don't. But just acknowledge that you ain't got to do a daggone thing. But if you don't come out of it, either keep your mouth shut and just ride your Arrested Development out, you know what I mean? Or acknowledge that you didn't grow. Either or, but don't be up here lying.
And Devil's Games with the 10 ball says, no one respects the street ninjas past the age of 20. If anything, no one will take you seriously. They will celebrate you to your face, but when you laugh, they laugh behind your back when you leave.
You better be moving. You got to be the connect. By the time you get mid-20s, you got to be him. Like you said, otherwise they laughing at you and they're going to delete you. Shoot. I was like, yeah,
that part, either that or get you locked up.
Yeah, either what's shit. The prison, deletion. I want somebody to tell me the difference. Shoot.
Shout out to BY. Says television for the Black community plays a huge part in this too. Every show we have now is either ratchet, crime related, or both.
These things
and
are true.
Zesty.
Yeah, outside, you're true, brother BY. At the same time, outside influences, we could control outside influence, but yes, there's truth there, but we could control that.
Man.
Money.
And shout out to Classy with the 10 ball. He says the streets wasn't the success. They were the success. We understand the successes of Tupac, Earl Simmons, Chris Wallace, Sean Carter. Who that? Erasmus or who?
I don't know who the heck. Who the heck is Erasmus? Whoa.
All right, that's here. He said, but they rest. He said, but the rest won't make it out.
Shout out to Classy calling folks out their government names Earl Simmons. That's DMX.
Okay.
Shout out to Classy. I still don't know who. That's Biggie, Chris Wallace. I don't know who is Ermias. Ask them. That's Nipsey? Oh, that's Nipsey. Okay. That's Nipsey. Okay. That's cool.
All right, Classy. We just learned that. Y'all always teaching. And shout out Odd Job. He says, man, The Wire and Oz showed you the streets and the possible results. Jim Jones is still in the streets at 50. Just punked. He said 50 just punked him. He says the streets don't grow. You do.
Come on. Yeah, I never thought we would get here. Didn't think about it, but yeah. F the streets. This is wild.
The worst parts of it, like you say, it's a real question. Do we identify the majority of our culture with the streets? And if we do, that's unfortunate.
Like Mr. X said, like we grew up in this. Even in the good times were not really positive. We could sit up here and dump so much drama and trauma. I'm telling you that I don't really recall any happening in the hood that was 100% good. Even if there's a good cookout, somebody gonna walk through shot. I'm telling you, it was just always something, man.
And shout out to Divine. He says Nas gives back to his community of Queensbridge, and with the casino deal, he's building the hip hop museum. I don't hear him telling kids to stay in the hood.
There you go. Shout out to Nas. Shout out to Jay-Z, man, for their growth.
Yeah! Here we go.
Who are you now without that street message that you preach to everybody? Who are you now, nigga? Yeah, man, so that ain't cool, right? I'm not with the fuck the street shit. I feel like y'all using that as a gateway for when y'all get in trouble. If everybody saying fuck the street, by the time y'all get in trouble, now y'all have a gateway. I'm telling, fuck the streets. I ain't going for it. I'm standing up, man. Yeah.
This is why you got to stop following rappers. This is why we have to stop idolizing rappers and basketball players and football players and singers and entertainers and dancers and all of that type of stuff. And the reason why we have to do that is because they don't have our best interests at heart. They're speaking from the perspective of a person that is making money off of you, right? They not speaking for the dude that got killed last week. They're not speaking for the drugs that they pumping into the community. They're not really acknowledging the fact that we should be aspiring to be other things other than people in the streets. And because we idolize and we worship as a culture, and I'm not saying you individually, but people idolize and they worship as a culture, the biggest way for people to be able to keep you down and to keep you in the dumps, and of course, you're going to have the guy that made it out here and the guy that made it out there, but for every 500 people that actually make it to be rich and successful, and then we place them on a pedestal and say, hey, listen, this is the reason why it's okay to be from the streets. It's 500 other people, thousands of other people that never made it.
And I would say that is systematic. Y'all want to talk about systematic oppression? That's it. They will uplift the boozies in them. They're going to put them in y'all face every chance they get and say, like I see some of y'all saying he a plant. So he's paid to act like this. Yeah, tell them, stay in the streets. This is how you make it out. It's a rite of passage. Like these people are being paid by the system to keep y'all down.
And I've said it before, you could train your algorithm to throw this information at you. Artists are coming out now saying this. Yeah, when we was in the booth and we was 19, 20-year-old young men and women, they said they'd be in the booth and somebody, probably with a small hat, would come in there and say, here's the guidelines to what your lyrics and flows. All right. Make sure you throw some of this in there, or you don't get this $1 million. That's, and see, a little bit of understanding there. If I'm a young 19, 18-year-old, a lot of these artists growing, they weren't children. They were very, very young adults. And I'm fresh out the hood. Shout out to Ghostface Killer. I forget his one famous song talking about growing up in the projects with the rats and roaches. If I'm coming from there, and now you telling me I just got to cuss and talk about liquor a little bit and hunching to get $1 million and get out of there and get my mom a new house? Turn my mic up. Shoot, I get it.
And we really need to see the stats, though. Seriously, where you at, media man? We need stats. We got to present these boys with the stats. Everybody that want to pick up a microphone, and it's not to discourage, it's to let people know. If you don't think you really got it, you waste this. We need the stats. Like, we know what the lottery is. We know what the odds are. Everybody know what the odds are. Oh, I probably ain't never gonna hit, but we play for whatever reason. And it's just like music or sports. If we presented these boys with a chart that shows them the percentage of people that make it, all this good stuff, and they see is less than 1%.
They could use their common sense. There you go. But they ain't in a position to use their common sense. Don't have no data statistics. Shout out to Media Man.
And shout out to Devil's Games. Says the streets hood culture has hijacked good black culture. Says hope the next generation abandon the streets and lean into education. Shout out to community, and community can grow.
You know what, Devil Games? I feel like we're just going towards another extreme, you know, because it seems like we're going from hard, you know, hood ninjas to more softer, feminine ninjas. It just seemed one extreme to the next, and I hate to say that.
And there you go. Shout out to Devil's Games. I think it's been hijacked for the worse. So maybe we can take the street culture all the way back to the 60s, right? In the 50s, when it was civil rights and they were really boots on the ground and they were really in the streets, right? Shout out to the ancestors. But like you said, it's been hijacked almost like anything else. Like y'all say red pill or any of this stuff. It gets hijacked. And after decades and decades of being hijacked and bastardized, this is what's left. So if we speaking in that terms, if we want to go back and say where we came from, absolutely. But now we know it's debauchery.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We got to find a middle ground, man. And I just don't know. I didn't think about that. You know, the street culture, I think, is going to fade away. But with that hope and that optimism, again, got to find the middle ground. We got to bring back gym class. You know, we need physically tough nerds, man. That's what we need. Educated brothers that can handle business. Oh, glory be.
Dead in jail, got caught up in the streets, got killed, and for what? And for what? Why do we use that as an example? We don't even really have anybody that we look to that we really haven't, have to formulate this opinion and say, nope, this is the reason why we want to make sure that we're not in the streets. We have there are no real examples. And for everybody that'll say, oh no, we have this one example or we got this second example, people in the culture are not looking up to Ben Carson. They're not looking up to those type of people. They keeping them out of the loop. They saying, nah.
Man, fuck the streets is crazy. I am a woman, and I never say no that's crazy to me. Yeah, it's crazy. Y'all rich now, so y'all could say some shit like that. Everybody not rich, motherfuckers still outside. When you think of the streets, what is it? What does that stand for? It stands for us. That's us.
Absolutely not.
In the black community, it's only 3 routes. Go to college and play a fucking sport and hope you make it. Take up to be a gym teacher, because most athletes, they don't be smart enough to be other shit.
Are we serious?
Go get a fucking job and minimum wage, check to check, struggle, not be able to buy expensive shit, take lavish trips, live life.
This is why Bonquisha is the greatest weapon formed against us. It's the evil ones, not all my sisters, women like her. This is why Nug Nug don't want to do better, because she give them coup de kata. It's an incentive. They are incentivized to continue to be idiots because she won't sleep with a man who is educated and wear a suit. No, that little man in the boat don't want it. They need poo shiesties and extended clips and, what they call Dracos and all that stuff. Yeah, you can't satisfy her. If you got to wake up and go to work in the morning and clock in, she don't want you.
Ooh, you a lame game. You all stable and considerate and responsible. You're right. This is the problem. As a young man, you start to practice better hygiene. You dare to look better. It's for a woman. You trying to get a hold of a lady and listen at what the ladies are saying. Y'all street ninjas ain't worth a damn if y'all can't run a football or dribble or dunk. She said, y'all ain't smart. This is pure witchcraft, and I rebuke it in the name of all things holy. Why would she spew that? That was condemning. Y'all, folks, not y'all, but detractors get on us all the time for being judgmental. She just condemned black men. She said, y'all, if y'all can't be pro athletes, then y'all got to be gym teachers. My God, I never heard that. She says, because y'all ain't smart enough to do much else. So if y'all don't become athletes, y'all can't take highness like her on lavish trips to Dubai and buy them Birkin. So Ninja, run fast or jump high.
And we know that's a lie. So here we go. Hit the like button.
We're trying to get you old now. Viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not bury boys.
Not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Come on, sisters. Y'all got to take responsibility for the message y'all are spewing. Can't do this. Y'all always talking about how powerful y'all is. There's your power. Power's in your words. Y'all, and she just gave the marching orders for young men. Go out there, become an athlete, or sell dope. You ain't got to say sell dope. It's in there. It's baked in the daggone cake.
And shout out to Richard. He says, Mr. Walker, the scenario you just described is the reason I walked away from a record deal in the corporate music industry.
Blessings to you, brother. May you be blessed for standing on your moral ground, man. Blessings to you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Rachel with the 25 ball. He says, in the 80s, Dolores Tucker, a civil rights activist and politician, led a campaign against explicit lyrics and harmful depictions of Black people in hip hop. Says the record firms did the opposite and made it worse with gangster rap. Shaking my head.
Shout out to the sister Dolores Tucker. Never hear about these people because they want to keep it under wraps. Appreciate you, Rachel.
And like you say, she went about it, I guess, the wrong way. I remember Tupac had her in the lyric. He said, Dolores Tucker, you a mother effer. He said, instead of trying to help build ninjas, you destroy brothers. That was in his lyrics.
Okay. Yeah, see, it's definitely a way to go about it.
And she was like down with it. This is around the time NWA, some of the stuff was coming out, and she was fighting against the music, Uncle Luke and them, all that stuff. Tupac, everybody. But she went about it whatever way she did, and it obviously didn't work. Like I said, good message, maybe the wrong messenger.
God dang it. It's here I go, like a little bit of understanding. It's all traps. I feel as if the powers had the sister Dolores Tucker come in and they orchestrate everything. I don't believe anything happens just by reason. I think all of this was perfectly planned out. Division.
There you go.
Straight like that, straight.
Yeah, so they sent that woman in to set the men straight.
That ain't how it go. Division, there we go.
Say some shit like that. Everybody not rich, motherfuckers still outside. When you think of the streets, what is it? What does that stand for? It stands for us. That's us. In the Black community, it's only 3 routes. Go to college and play a fucking sport and hope you make it. Take up to be a gym teacher because most athletes, they don't be smart enough to be other shit. Go get a fucking job and minimum wage, check to check, struggle, not be able to buy expensive shit, take lavish trips, live life, work forever, or hustle. 3 routes. On my mama, I'm gonna take number 3 every time. Fuck all that other shit.
That was 4.
That other shit is hard.
On my mama, these women are harder than the men. That's why it's over. Because the women don't act like women. And the men starting to act like women a little bit.
Let's talk about it. God dang it. Why would a woman like this demand a street ninja, demand a D-boy? Because like Miss X said, she masculine as heck. The only type of ninja that's gonna come close to matching her masculinity is a guy that is perceived to be hyper masculine and violent and unhinged. You understand? You can't walk through the door 6'7", bulging muscles, and you come in the house with a high vis vest on from working at Amazon, making an honest, respectable living. You ain't tough enough, ninja. Wicked work.
It's not easy. I went to college. I made more money in the streets than my fucking professor, and I dropped the fuck out.
Sweet Jesus.
When I found out how much money my professor made, I said, I made that yesterday. I have no business being in this motherfucker. I'm not coming back up in here for y'all to tell me what the fuck to do. And I'm paying out of pocket for classes. Man, please. Motherfucker can miss me with all that cool ass shit, man. If a nigga do some hoe shit in the streets and he get to telling, and you can't figure out if he telling or not.
Listen, I can't do this. I cannot, man. This is.
I tell you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
These are the worst people. Pure self-destruction. And she probably got children. All right, these be the women, they sons be in the TikToks acting like they got, fake firearms and they know all the lyrics to every rap song. But you put some math formulas or some words in front of them, nothing. Cannot compute.
She full of cap. She said she was in school. I'm guessing college, talking about she paying. She said she was in college. She realized that she made in one day, I guess, what her college professor made in a year or a month. So she stopped going to class. Says her. The only time I ever heard something like that was when I was talking to my cousin who was laying in the hospital bed with a hole in his stomach from being out there in them streets. And I said, "Cuz, why don't you stop?" And he said, "I make way too much in a day to stop." He said, "I can't." And I said, "I understand." I said, "Godspeed." And I said the same thing to you, you wicked hyena. Godspeed, dodge them bullets.
Man.
Fuck them. Nobody's name should be up for debate if they a street nigga. We shouldn't have to figure out. Niggas got to be held accountable for whole shit. Oh, Tammy, when you get picked up by the police for any form of questioning, the first thing you say when you get in that motherfucking room, where's my lawyer at? Can I get my call? Call your motherfucking lawyer. Let your lawyer speak for you. You should not be saying a bitch ass thing. On my mama. Every time I went to jail, man, where my lawyer at? Booked. You charged for all this shit. On my mama. What? I don't nobody get to walk up out of them motherfucking rooms unless they done did something they ain't had no business doing, which is doing the police job. The police got to do their own motherfucking job. That's what they get paid for. That's what they get paid for.
This is wicked. This spirit, I rebuke this spirit in our sisters. I don't know what it is. This come from the top of the top all the way down to the bottom. Women like her, but you can go all the way up the ladder to the Jasmine Crockett's and the Fannie Willis's, all of them. How do all of y'all got this spirit? What is it?
Demonic? The spirit of Lilith? It's been a while since we brought Lilith into the room, huh? I'm going down my rabbit holes. You know, is this part of the scam, the scheme? They want to keep Lilith under wraps so we don't know what was to be coming to us. This is Lilith. She shall not listen to her man. She is the man. I believe this is another reason, another example of not having a masculine or just true masculinity in the house. This is their evolution. She's got to be this brutish and masculine because her father wasn't there. Huh? Frogs do that. I used to bring that up. The frogs that are turned from men to women if they're missing one or the other. Same thing.
Man. And shout out to Better Believes Me. Says, fun fact, Jay-Z, Biggie, Busta Rhymes, DMX all went to the same high school at the same time. Stay in school, middle finger to the streets.
Amen. See, look, that's a heck of a class. Shout out to you, Better Believes Me.
Also, another fun fact. Do y'all know that T-Money, Bill Clinton, and Bush was all born in the same year? 1946.
It's interesting. I don't have any fun facts. I'm usually chock full. I done gave all y'all my useless knowledge. I ain't got nothing.
Money, 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 money.
And Rachel with the 10 ball says, remember the 2003 MTV Music Awards? Snoop Dogg came on stage with 2 B-dubs in lingerie and chains on them. It looked like the B-dubs were on an auction block. I'm still mad at him for that. Shaking my head.
God dang. Well, Snoop done took a fall from grace as of lately. So yeah, god dang it, Snoop.
Rachel.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Yeah, this here.
It's not up for no other man or no woman to send nobody to jail. I'm not for no shit like that. You don't send nobody to jail. Jail is not for people. That shit barely for animals. Have you ever been to the fucking zoo and seen them animals in that motherfucker? That's the same shit for people. If a nigga get to walk out of them rooms without going against their morals and principles, that mean the police ain't got enough to come get them yet. That's all it mean. It's a matter of time for everything. Come on, man. Pacer. Look a nigga up on Pacer.
Wait a minute. Grown ass men mad at other grown ass men because they said F the streets. F the streets. You got everybody over here in Atlanta trying to stop the violence, trying to get out the streets, finally trying to come together and be one to make the whole city look good. This new generation of kids get a chance to witness greatness when everybody been divided for so many years. But then you got Lil Boosie them over there talking about I love the streets, I'll never leave the streets. The streets made me. I thought y'all said the streets don't love nobody. What happened to that saying? Everybody know this. The streets got no love for nobody. The streets don't even show love to nobody.
And here's the deal. People benefit in conflict. There is a war going on outside. No man is safe. So people wonder why the United States don't ever get friendly, always got a problem with certain people, because it's beneficial. It's just like Boozy and them. It's like, why do they want it to keep going on? Because it's beneficial to them. All right. They got everything to gain. Y'all got everything to lose.
And that's why I always say when folks get to talking, regardless of what their message is, got to know their motive. Why are you saying what you are saying? Who are you trying to protect? What are you trying to protect? Plain and simple. And like you said, they're trying to protect their way of life, their status, their claim. Respectfully, who the heck is a Boosie without street credibility? He's not known in the world of academia. You know what I mean? Nothing of the sort. So I get it. You got to hold on to what's near and dear to you, even if it's detrimental.
So what the hell are we talking about? Y'all said y'all supposed to get y'all money in the streets and get out the streets. Now it's a problem because you got other street dudes want to get out the streets, want to change their life around, want to spend time with their kids, want to spend time with their women. They simply trying to learn how to be a man because they never was taught. Why? Because they were always in the street. Just because you in the street don't mean you know how to be a man. It don't mean that you know how to be a father. They don't mean you know how to be a husband. In order to learn those things, you got to come out the streets. You got to change your mindset. And y'all talking about, I'll never say F the streets. The streets made me. You happy because the street took, then 95% of your life, you've been locked up and you excited and you think there's something to glorify. That's the most dumbest shit that you can ever talk about.
Yeah, quit saying the streets. Yeah. I mean, the streets don't save nobody. The streets break you until it can't no more, until you escape. It's like Bane crawling out of that damn hole. That's exactly what it's like. So the streets is traumatizing. Damn near broke me. I had to save myself. It will break you. It's going to break you. And what does breaking look like? You in prison or in the grave. That's the breaking point. So you either going to crawl out of that hole before it's too late, or you will be broken.
Hey man, shout out to Bane. That resonates with me. With Bane, my brother Bane said, you have merely adopted the darkness. These young whippersnappers have merely adopted the hood. We were born in it, molded from it, had no choice, didn't know which way was up. We're truly men before the first time we saw the light. We're men before the first time we had a chance to relinquish that poverty damn mindset. And by that time, it's blinding. Been in the dark too long. Don't even know how to navigate normal reality. Normal. Yeah, ain't no way, baby. Shout out to Bang.
Why wouldn't you want to get out the streets? And let's just be real. Lil Boosie them ain't doing no street shit no more. All that shit over with. Them people are not trying to throw their life away and go to prison again. They not doing that. Lil Boosie out here making legit money and taking care of his kids like he's supposed to be doing. Now, however, I do agree with Lil Boosie. If you gonna say F the streets, change your song lyrics up. Now, he was right about that. If you gonna say F the streets, don't rap about it, don't talk about it, don't do none of that. Rap about going to school, rap about being a father, rap about being productive, rap about hustling. Now, I do agree with Lil Boosie with that. Like y'all men argue on the app about any damn thing. Then the shit that y'all argue about be dumb as hell. Go argue over who gonna buy the block, who gonna buy the house on the goddamn block, who gonna buy real estate, who gonna buy this building, own their properties, own their houses, own their land. Y'all wanna run the streets, but don't wanna own the streets.
No, everybody don't need to own property. No, everybody don't need to get married. We need to carry on the street culture. We can never let it die. Then we gonna forget. We can't let it go. All my memories. What I'm gonna do with my memories?
Man, oh man, I can't wait to some.
I can't tell my stories. How I'm gonna tell stories? I got nothing to talk about.
I don't want nothing to talk about.
Go start some new stories. Go start something new.
I told my wife that. I said, I look forward to the future. I look forward to the time comes where I can't remember these traumatic stories and tales. I can't wait to just in the distant past making new memories. Amen, Mr. X. Absolutely not. F those stories. I get it. I had to catch myself years ago, and it's very uncomfortable, if not painful, when you realize that all of your stories are just dark. And I gotta, anytime I can relate to somebody, is darkness, because that's my upbringing. That's all I got. I can't give you something I don't have. But yes, shout out to new memories, baby. Pleasant memories.
Bunch of dumbass. Go build a playground in y'all community. Matter of fact, fix the community. If y'all want to do something so bad in the streets, do that. Go clean the neighborhood up. Neighborhood full of beer bottles, goddamn chip bags, trash. Y'all can't even pick the shit up, but y'all sitting right there in the streets looking at it.
So instead of not saying anything, Boosie hopped up on Beyonce's internet and is sending a message to further continue the perpetual cycle of destroying the community, destroying the hood, destructive things, because certain rappers said F the streets. And instead of y'all understanding what's going on with the current climate and Donald Trump actively coming against black men especially, even though you have idiotic black men that support him and his rhetoric, he is actively coming for black men. Why do y'all think that they want to keep the prisons full of y'all? But you got this black man who went to that White House because he's a Trumper telling y'all that the rappers that said F the streets was wrong. I was behind the quarter zip movement and all of that because anything to get our black men, black young men active in reading, educating themselves and expounding on their potential, I'm all for it. They want those prisons full of black men because they know the power that you hold. And when you wake up mentally and stop living by the constructs that have been set forth for you because people really feel weak, white men especially.
She sounds so goofy. I mean, I don't get it. Y'all gotta stop being so gung-ho on, messengers. We about doing what's right and say, nah, we ain't gonna listen to him because he liked Trump or whatever she said. It sounded stupid. It's like, man, what's right is right. Like, put your feelings to the side. Everybody's too damn emotional.
I agree. And we too quick to disregard folks. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Maybe it's a survival tactic, but there's not too many folks that could talk to me and not take in what you say, even if I throw it all away because it's bull jive. But I consider it. Like I remember having a alcoholic bum talk to me about not drinking because of what it may do to my life. And guess what? I found it in my mind as truth, even though he was currently drunk and probably high, because what he was saying was making sense. I was looking at the outcome of those bad decisions. So the messenger, even though completely effed up and currently drunk, can still be a righteous messenger.
Man. And shout out to Rachasi. Shout out to Rachel, dropping knowledge and facts. Love it.
For sure. Shout out to SBC Nation, always coming through with some knowledge.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to the Hustler's Philosopher. All right. He says the real 1% are the ones who go legit from the mud.
Amen.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
That's why they don't want you commingling with their women either. Like, come on. That's why they're actively talking about the EEOC. Send your claims to the EEOC if you're a white man and you have faced discrimination. Ain't no reason why you white and as a man in this country and you ain't made nothing of yourself. You have not because you have not applied yourself. You don't want to get me talking on there. I don't say a lot when it comes to white men, but Boosie, please just sit this one out. Sit it out. Why would you want the hood to continue to be a place of destruction for our own people? So what? You talking about rap about some fruit? It's more to life than fruit. And don't hop on here talking about he was trying to criticize.
Classy, I thought I was tripping. I'm ready to pause. I'm like, is she just talking in circles and going from subject all the way a whole 180 to a whole nother? She talking about after streets, then she talking about white men and racism and like what?
See, this is shout out to Stephanie D, man. This is why a lot of you sisters need to be under some God-given instruction. Because she trying, but it's falling flat. Like, I'm sitting here confused too, Miss X. I'm like, what are you saying? Like, this is, I don't know, gynocratic order. She ain't standing, I don't know what she's standing for. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, but she is saying F the street. So that's good.
Critically think, because he ain't no critical thinker. He's not critically thinking. Now he's a felon. He's a criminal thinker. And some criminal thinkers are critical thinkers because they try to outthink, but they always end up getting caught. And this ain't gonna be a message about hating on Boosie because I love Boosie. I'm never gonna go against black people, but I'm telling y'all, you better be mindful and watchful of who you getting your information from. And that post that he posted was not so deep. He knows exactly who his audience is. And if you think for one moment that anything that he was saying was to be critically thought upon, then yeah, you got fooled.
Man, all these motherfucking niggas talking about fuck the street. Let's be honest. Everybody mad going back and forth arguing this shit now. But for real, like these niggas was not saying like, okay, every niggas was snitching at first. They weren't saying fuck the streets. These motherfucking niggas was, oh, these niggas pussy, these niggas hoes. They snitching all this and that. And now all of a sudden, since y'all getting caught snitching and y'all saying shit, now y'all want to say fuck the streets. Nigga, y'all need to find something else to rap and talk about. Y'all need to stop talking about the motherfucking streets. I agree with everything Boosie was saying because y'all niggas are.
Oh my God.
You have to stop. Y'all keep talking. Huh? You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up.
Seriously. Look at these masculine beasts of women coming up here advocating for the streets. Bonnet wearing, bull nose having, neck rolls. Come on, man. She said, I agree with Boozy.
You look like it's painful to lay down. Just all thick and swole up around the neck. Come on. I can hear nothing. She said, I could not hear past her neck rolls. Most disrespectfully. If you want to come up here and give your opinion on Kevin Samuel's internet, it will behoove you to sit up straight, try to hide some of that, be face headshot shorty. Because she gonna come up here and she come up here to give her take on F the streets. Them comments about to crucify you just like we are doing. The internet is not a safe place. Don't be dumb.
Weird, like, come on, be for real. You got fucking literally 21 Savage, Huncho, fuck everybody. Shit, G Herbo, every fucking body. Like, I literally agree with everything Boosie was saying. And then look at what Meek Mill said. Like, come on, be for real. Y'all niggas need to start rapping about something else. Y'all rap about the shit all the fucking time, like niggas. Then y'all be telling on y'allselves and y'all songs when y'all be snitching and shit. But y'all want to get on this bitch again, man.
Well, here we go. Like I said, y'all too worried about, first of all, we got to look in the future. Y'all too worried about the past. I swear y'all got to stop living in the past. Oh, y'all, maybe they will. Let's be optimistic and move forward and hold them accountable moving forward. What we can't do is reach back and say, you can't say that because you made an album, a year ago, whatever. If he makes another album, we can stomp him out and never listen to him and all that. But right now, we got to move forward. Like the dude said, he said they was traumatized. They know no better. Granted. All right. We still going to hold them accountable, and they need to start forking over resources because these are the people that's going to help us get our reparations. They're going to hire the lawyers and stuff. They got to fork the money over.
Come on. Teamwork make the dream work, man. Far-fetched. Yeah, wishful thinking, Mr. X. And I understand what they saying. I can't remember who super chatted this, but I understand her and their rebuttal. But they need to just be specific. Say F the snitches that are saying F the streets. Be very specific. It's okay to say F the streets. It's good. However, if you are only saying F the streets now because you done turned state and you don't want street rules to apply to you, I get it. Man, I F the streets, man. I'm done. Yeah, I get it. But be very specific because it's F the streets. The only folks that can't say it are the ones that are trying to maybe run away from consequences from the streets.
That's it. So at this point, I think it's best for us to give all these people a leash. Give them a leash and see what they do with it. Because I can sit up here and say it with my whole chest. I ain't worried about reneging on what I'm saying. And y'all gonna find me out in the streets. Ain't gonna happen. So if this is what they are saying, let's see how they are moving forward. And we're gonna hold them extremely accountable.
There we go. Atonement, we should be able to see it, not just hear it.
I fuck the streets. Child, I don't know.
Just 6 months ago, you out trying to shame Gunner. Now you can't shame Gunner. Gunner shame you. 21 Savage, we are not letting you off the hook that easy because your partner's told you broke weak, broke the code. Y'all never was no real street. Y'all been rapping, acting like y'all street.
Well.
Hold on. Shout out to Boozy. I'll say this. We've been saying it. Y'all should not be waiting on 21 Savage and Young Thug to give y'all marching orders. We've been up here saying this stuff for years on YouTube and in real life for decades. So It's unfortunate that y'all need these entertainers to give y'all marching orders.
Shout out to Dick Gregory. We here. We're gonna do our best to stand in the gap. Entertainers cannot be our leaders, and I mean that most respectfully. Why? Because as Dick Gregory pointed out, if you are going to be a financially successful entertainer on U.S. soil, there are some strings attached to you. You can't say and do whatever you want to do. When it comes to entertainers being able to do what they want to do, I gotta salute brother Denzel Washington. He went through just as many trials and things as everybody else, but he is the only actor I know, black actor I know that even though he was in that era being blackballed and trying to be typecasted, he was so good they couldn't deny him. And that's what you got to do. You got to be so good at your craft that you don't have to have so many strings attached to you. But a lot of folks don't bet on themselves. They get a little wind in their sails. White man come with shiny things and they sell themselves for shiny things.
There we go. And Richard Media, he come through. He says, I thought I was the only one. I thought it was me who got lost while she was talking.
Man, I'm good at following. Yeah, I was lost in the woods.
And Rachel says, shout out to Richard, and I appreciate it.
For sure. Appreciate both of y'all.
And shout out to Uncle Tall. Dropped the 30 ball in the cash app. He says, good evening, mother effer. Salute.
Good evening.
Shout out to Uncle Tall. Here we go.
Told you broke weak, broke the codes. Y'all never was no real street. Y'all been rapping, acting like y'all street.
Well, I guess Gunna finally sent some bankroll. I'm not mad at Thug saying the streets is dead. I do think he wants us to know that he forgives Gunna. And I really could criticize this and go in, but I'm not. Hey, if Atlanta's gonna make peace, go ahead. I just hope this time they gatekeep.
Now, this is the real reason why all of the Atlanta saying, fuck the streets. Because this one individual right here, him right here. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm with it. Fuck the streets. It should have been that. It should have been that a long time ago. But this is what I want to say. They know they accepted this man into their whole little clique, gang, organization or whatever.
Oh, there we go. That's part of it. I guess, the Gunna guy. They was calling him a snitch a year ago. He the guy who supposedly snitched on Young Thug and all them. And now they all out and don't know. Look at the 6ix9ine brother. They was calling him a snitch. And now he making millions. Like, he more rich than he ever been as a snitch.
Yeah. Because the code is gone. You ain't no snitch no more. That's gone. You just get caught and you tell. And I don't agree with it, but I understand his madness. He got out of jail. He made a whole rap video and he was a rat. He's like, he leaned into it. And when I seen it, I said, my goodness. But then again, like, he kept explaining there was no code. That's who I'm referencing. He got locked up and they start hunching on his lady and like sending them videos and stuff. Dad, what? Look, and I don't agree with it. But he's like, who I'm being loyal to? He said, who am I being loyal to? They didn't kidnap this person, hunched on my lady, thumped my kid in the head. He said, who am I being loyal to?
Or whatever.
The streets. Fuck the streets. It's niggas in the graveyard because the shit you niggas rapped about all these years. It's niggas doing life behind the shit you niggas rapped about all these years. And now y'all saying fuck the streets and think y'all supposed to go about y'all goddamn life like y'all ain't caused all this shit. Y'all the reason a lot of these niggas dead. Y'all the reason all these young niggas getting all these life sentences.
You a liar.
That's a lie.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
I mean, they may be a minute. You are acting like there is only one reason something can happen. Why do the parents get a exemption? They don't have to, no smoke. He says the rappers are the reason the kids are deleted. The rappers, 21 Savage, the reason these kids are locked up. No, it's the parents for allowing it, for allowing them to listen to it and partake in it and not parent your kids. Now, granted, once you've grown, but most of these kids don't pick up the music once they grown. They've been listening to it in high school, You know, I done seen kids young as 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. They listening to this music to get hyped up for the football game. So it's deep into the culture.
There you go. Yeah, you know, I truly believe, you know, young men out there, you must reach and run towards more positive things. If you run towards destruction, destruction is going to find you. That's my lived experience. You know, I'll be danged if I blame DMX and all the rest of D Block for my behavior. I gravitated towards that music because it resonated in my spirit. You know, DMX talk about being a loner, don't need no crew. I'm by myself. That resonated. I don't need to impress nobody. I don't. That is as wild and valid as the message was at times. It was positive. I don't need nobody. I'm going to do what I have to do to succeed, whether you believe in me or not. You got to find a positive message, but that don't exist today. Like I said, they talking about deleting you and then going to your funeral and deleting you again. I don't know what.
That's wicked. And shout out to Uncle Tall. He says, I missed so many SBC lives and life has been good. He says, but here I am now. Let the surfing begin. Can't wait. He said, can't stand these mother effers.
Shout out to you, Uncle Tall, suffering.
So shout out to Uncle Tall.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And him. Mr. Incredible, been a member 2 months, says shout out to the Kangs and Truth Over Lies, SBC, Carpet for the Horse Nation.
Shout out to brother Mr. Incredible. It's a day one.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Now y'all saying fuck the streets. Nigga, fuck y'all!
Calm down.
You police ass nigga, don't be talking about fuck the streets now, cause everybody snitching. Bitch, I went and did 10 years behind this shit. Bitch, I love the streets. Ain't no motherfucking fuck the streets. Just
and there we go.
The snitch.
These are the most evil people. This man on the screen, he wants your children. He wants your sons to go to prison. He said, no, ain't no F the streets. I had to do 10 years. No, we ain't stopping this now. We ain't about to stop this now and let these kids be educated and not go to prison. Hell no, I did 10. They got to do 20.
You next, Ninja. You next. These are some of the wonky elders in our generation. Yeah, you got to live through that. Huh? Yeah, you ain't never had that. You ain't never had that trauma and drama. So write a passage. Wrong answer. Mr. X, you hit the nail on the head. And he just explained it. No, don't say after streets down. I did 10 years. Once you hear a person's motive for what they're saying, what else do you need to hear? He's telling you why he's saying no after streets. It's your turn to go to prison. Lock them up.
This is wicked. This is wicked. Let me hear that again.
Nigga, fuck y'all!
You police ass nigga, don't be talking about fuck the streets now, cause everybody snitching. Bitch, I went and did 10 years behind this shit. Bitch, I love the streets. Ain't no motherfucking fuck the streets. Just fuck the snitches.
You see what I'm saying? He up here looking like, you know, Country Wayne and Sideshow Bob, Love's Child. You know, get out of here, dude. What are you doing? Like, let's say that's true. He said, you saying F the streets now because everybody's snitching and it's too risky to be in the streets? What if that's the case? Whatever it takes to get the young brothers out the street don't matter.
That's not the objective. Obviously, the objective is not to get the young men out the street. Misery and pain loves company. All right. And that's all. Come join the band. He did 10 years. You do 10 years. So now y'all can trauma bond. When you get out from doing your 10 years, if you survive and he survives, then y'all can trauma bond and be bestest friends when y'all try to come up with y'all next scheme and get locked up or deleted. I don't see how this mentality helps anybody.
Fuck wrong with y'all.
And you tell Whack 100, when he come to them, I'm violating probation, nigga. He better be ready. Listen, bro. These niggas be getting on these platforms, on his social media, and they be fronting. Hey, let me tell you, a nigga like me had enough of it, bro. Tired of it, bro. Because there's so many kids out here looking up to these niggas, and now all of a sudden, because they want to save a nigga face, they want to come out, fuck the streets who made us who we is, nigga. You know how many friends, everybody that's involved, they don't went to jail trying to stay solid to these niggas? Nigga, let me tell you.
Oh, stop. Are these people slow? Serious question. are they slow? Because it's like they are promoting self-destruction. They like the kids are looking up to y'all while y'all are being self-destructive. Why are y'all changing the message so that they can look at something positive? No, he said we went through it. It's like they want. This is sick.
I don't know how many different examples to give y'all about how or where their mind is at. Brothers like Lil Woody and them, they're equivalent to prisoners of war. Like what they shell shocked. They cannot really get, and I kind of mean this respectfully. They can't give you any really logical information. They in a constant state of hood shell shocked. Look at it. Look at the brother, man. What are we talking about? I can't listen to nothing they say. Respectfully, I respect the character. I hear you, brother. In one ear, out the damn other.
Well, here we go. We're going to let this go. We almost wrapped up. We're going to drop the link. Let y'all come up. We're going to have this discussion. You know, the F the Streets movement. Is it dividing the culture? I see there's some detractors in the chat. We're going to drop the link. Hopefully y'all come up. We can have a conversation.
That's all. Yeah, we want to know. Maybe we're getting it wrong. Maybe there are some positive aspects of the streets. Huh? What we missing? Tell us. Maybe it's miscategorized, the positive aspects. That's my point. I want to hear what y'all got to say.
Some academics, these niggas trying to say, oh, Woody did this. I did what ain't no man on earth would ever do, nigga.
So the rappers got this little thing going on where they saying F the streets. And so Lil Boosie like, well, if y'all saying F the streets, then stop rapping about the streets. Stop double dipping. Y'all rap about fruit in college and staying out the streets then, if y'all saying F the streets. This is my thing. I see both sides. I mean, it's crazy that people actually have passed away due to street stuff that probably wasn't even that important, but because it's street stuff, it's off principle. You get what I'm saying? They saying F the streets because at the end of the day, even though it did shape and mold us and turn you into the person that you are today, we lost a lot. We still lost a lot in the streets. We still suffered a lot. We lost people that we love. We seen a whole lot of BS happen because of the streets. So that's why they say F the streets. But at the same time, I see Boosie side too. If you saying F the streets, stop rapping about it. Stop rapping about killing. Stop rapping about selling drugs. Stop rapping about running off on the plug. Stop rapping about setting up. Stop rapping about it. So what y'all gonna rap about now is the question. Because he ain't wrong. Now one of y'all, no, neither side.
Y'all worry about the wrong stuff. Who cares what they gonna rap about? It's the message. We trying to save lives, man. Like, it's so self-destructive. People getting deleted. You know, you think back in times, you know, some of our people we know been deleted. You be like, man, they was so young. You know, dudes 24, not even, 28, not even get to see 30, and it's just normal. But the older I get, I be like, man, he was only 24, or something like that. And it's like, that's amazing. Even when you look at Tupac and Biggie, they was 25 years old, man.
I'm 39 today. I'm 40 by SBC math. And I think back when I was 24, 25, I thought I was grown as heck. You couldn't tell me I wasn't grown. I was acting grown. But with my 39-year-old brain, dare I say I was a baby mentally. That's where they don't even get to mature. It's my understanding that our brain doesn't even fully develop until our 30s. That makes it suck, man. These young men, these young artists, celebrities, they didn't even really grow up. Like literally, they were not done growing. That makes it sad, super sad.
And Black Uni says he did 10 years with another grown man holding him by his plaits. Did you shut up?
Ooh, tough deal.
Yeah. And I was gonna say having to stop and cough every day. It's a humiliating ritual that you got to do every day.
It's unnatural. It's a constant battle to maintain your masculinity, tussles for dominance, and absolutely the freak not. No.
Is wrong. But what we need to figure out now is, where do we go from here? What is there to talk about now? What is there to talk about now?
Are you saying F the streets because you told on somebody? Or are you saying F the streets because you understand what the streets bring? If you say F the streets because you told on somebody, I don't respect that. Because I mean, you was in the streets doing the street things, and then when it got hot, you couldn't stand the heat, and that was F the streets.
But if you're a person that been through the streets, you stood tall, you understand what the streets bring, you say, F the streets, that's a different thing. So there's two different ways to look at it. I understand both sides.
But what if they got a message? Like Mr. Walk said, we can't discount it just because you personally don't like them. This ain't about you or us, grown-ass men, and our personal feelings. Just because a young thug might be a snitch, he might have some valuable information to give to younger men about, stuff he's been through and what not to fall victim to. Because it all starts the same, all right? The origin stories. How'd you get into it? And these kids gonna start be like, oh man, oh, your mama wasn't home, or you was going out hanging with your boys, and I was doing, you know what I mean? It's all the same, ain't too much different. And people need to know that though. Say, because when you're young, you think you are reinventing the wheel. But if you start talking to older cats, you're gonna be like, man, this is all y'all been doing this forever.
Shout out to the OGs. Ain't nothing new under the sun. When you are a crash out ambitious young project lad, that's insulting to you. You, like Miss X said, you think you out there moving and shaking, gliding, vibing and sliding. And then the more times you ain't doing nothing, youngster. Yeah, I used to do this, blah, blah, make my re-rock. And you like, shoot, I'm out here moving. No, they didn't seen this story. Well, why don't y'all tell us, give us some details so we can get a clear idea of what we about to go through? And they didn't. They sat there. It's a shame. They will sit there and shame you. Want you to be a better crash out and delinquent than them. That was the challenge. Not, hey, young brother, get off this corner. Here's a little $50. You need some money. They never did that. I'm only saying that because I would have done that if I was in that position, I think. But nevertheless.
I don't never say F the streets because I'm a street person. Do I think the streets is treacherous? Yes. But I want my sons in the streets? No. So when you're talking to a young person that haven't made the decision to say I'm gonna be a street person, I would tell them F the streets. Don't be in the streets because there's a lot of pain, it's a lot of suffering, it's a lot of treachery in the streets. So I understand both sides, but the people I see say F the streets, the people that was glorifying the streets, people that said they was a street person, then they got hot, they said F the streets. I mean, so I understand why some people that street people like me feel that way about that because, like, bro, you being a hypocrite, bro. You just say.
Well, here we go. Who can speak on it then? It's like a lot of this stuff. I think nobody wants anything to be addressed. So we constantly move goal lines and all over the place. It's like, well, who can speak on some of these issues? Nobody. He said you can't be, you know what I mean? Do you got to be knee deep in the streets, have 100 bodies, and be active out there? And then you can say F the streets, and then you turn a leaf cold turkey, and then we can listen to only them people.
Absolutely not. I appreciate the brother. He's talking about there's pain and suffering in the streets. And I often fault my mom for this. Be specific about the pain and suffering. We hard-headed humans. Saying I'm going to get in trouble is not scary at all to me. I laugh at that. But if you say, hey, you go out into these streets, they're going to welcome you with open arms, but it's insidious. They are going to get you comfortable doing illegal, dangerous things, and you are going to spiral down a dark hole. And that gives that young man or woman idea what to look for, the obstacles. Okay, are they being too nice? Are they about to hand me a no-cost toolie and some work? Oh, Unc told me about this. But saying, oh, you're going to get in trouble, that's not scary. So I urge y'all, all of us, let's be specific when we are warning the youngsters about the dangers. Because saying you're going to get in trouble, I promise you ain't scary at all.
At the streets because you couldn't stay in the streets. You know what I'm saying? But when you talk to a young person, I would say, yo, don't get in the streets, bro. If you ain't, it's a lot of pain, it's a lot of suffering.
I just think that it's a little bit performative and weird that now that the rappers like 21 Savage and Pooh Shiesty and all them people made their little coin off of the streets is now telling people not to be in the streets. You already have pushed kids into that lifestyle with your music. Granted, their parents should have never let them listen to it in the first place, but now it's too late to be saying something. There's kids.
No, it ain't. It ain't too late. Rest in peace to Martin Luther King. What did he say? What was some of his last words? I integrated my people into a burning house. Sometimes things dawn on you late. So that's where some of these guys are at. They're like, okay, maybe, like I said, time will tell. We got to give them a leash and see what happens. But they at that point where they like, we integrating everybody into this burning house. That got to be the point we at now. Let's see what happens.
There we go. They not letting them off the hook. Again, being specific takes away the chance to misinterpret things. But y'all are mad at the snitches for saying F the streets. That is the only consistent message I'm getting. Yeah, they are mad. Oh, you benefit from the streets. Now you can't say F the streets. I get it, but nah.
She also said, you led them to the streets, so now you can't save them.
No.
You can't. Somebody else got to do it. Even if y'all want to, we don't want y'all to.
We don't want, even if y'all can say we don't want y'all to. Doesn't sound like you got the best interests of the folks to be saved at heart. Again, just what's her motive?
That's already, y'all been out for 10 plus years. Kids is already listening to everything that you did in this music and doing it. And now they already probably in jail, out of school, hopefully not unalived. At this point, it's too late to be saying that. I mean, it's never too late, but it's performative to me. Like, that's just like doctors saying, oh, you could take this medicine knowing that it kills people. And then everybody takes the medicine and people die. And they be like, no, you know what? That medicine is bad for you. Y'all should not be taking it. You're going to die if you take that. Like, it's so performative to me.
Oh,
You're a liar.
That's a lie.
That was so stupid.
That was perfect.
What if, what I'm saying? No, because they want everybody to be deleted. Crabs in a barrel. Misery loves company. It is so unfortunate that we don't want to see each other get ahead unless we are already miles ahead. All right, if I'm 10 miles ahead of you, I don't mind if you take 2 steps. If I got you by 10 miles, 2 steps, go ahead. I'll give you 2 steps. That's it. You take 3 steps, off with your head.
Oh, listen here. She is very much aware of what she is saying. And it sounds twice as mad. She said if a doctor out here giving out medication that's deleting folks, then all of a sudden he say, whoa. I realize this is bad. Stop. That doctor is wrong. So, okay. What should that person in that position keep handing out? Death? Oh, it's
somebody else. Somebody more responsible has to blow the whistle.
But in the meantime, carry on with your detrimental message. Shout out to the gynocracy. They give some marching orders. They from the pits of hell, but they're gonna give out some marching orders.
And for that, we're gonna put her in the pit.
There you go.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
It's too late to change. Y'all ninjas ain't allowed to change. Y'all not allowed to atone. All right. If you start off doing bad, you must continue to do bad. Is this a written rule in the gynocracy? We didn't know, huh? Once you graduate to a hyena, thine must remain a hyena and become even more fierce hyena, or off with your head.
Wicked. And shout out to Mr. Incredible. He come through. He says, it's gotten too far out of hand. It's like a virus that has to play out. Damn shame.
That right there is the unfortunate truth. It's got to play out. Hence, it's unfortunate.
So there we go. We just dropped the link in the chat. Y'all welcome to come up. You got to be on camera, be cammed up, and come up. Hopefully, detractors, some difference of opinions. What y'all got? What we got wrong tonight? Everything?
There you go. Talk to us, Stephen James. You always got something smart to say, Ninja. Huh? Should these ninjas be out here thugging? It's like, no, Stephen James ain't with that mess. He told us where he said them hooligans out there running wild, folks ain't even comfortable coming outside. Shout out to the brother Stephen James. But yeah, we don't want nobody to come here singing Kumbaya. Tell us where we are wrong. As iron sharpen iron, man sharpen man, but that only happens via friction. Can't be up here Kumbaya. Huh? What we got wrong? Y'all got a lot of stuff to say. Most of the time.
And here we go. And Devil's Games X says these people are praying for their own downfall.
Yes and no. I hate saying that, but they may not identify as their own downfall. They just think it's those around them. Yes and no.
So here we are. Link in the chat. Click the link. We are talking about, y'all see the guy on the title, 21 Savage, F the Streets movement. They say this movement is dividing the culture or the community or however you want to say it.
Can't believe it. Yeah, culture. Yeah, we got a culture as toxic waste. I don't know about community. The community is the streets. Again, we have substituted the community for the streets, and now they love the streets.
There we go. So click the link. Come on up. Shout out Mr. Incredible. Says you should send Kundra the link. Yeah, she wouldn't click that link. Y'all know she gonna tuck her tail. Where you at? I want Rose to click the link. Rose said the link is not clickable on vertical. Okay. So if you're watching on vertical, the trolls over there, you got to come over to the horizontal view. So there's that. And shout out to Unk. Unk, the first one up with the Christmas background. How you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling good. How y'all brothers doing, man?
Up here cooking, trying to get to the bottom of these issues. I think I know your take on it, but where you at on this F the Streets movement?
I agree with fuck the streets. I ain't never been part of the streets like that, like talking about. I grew up in the hood and I grew up poor and all my cousins was gangbangers and sold drugs, brothers and all that, but I never partaked in it. But I was around. I saw 15-year-old cousin get shot. All the street stuff, I was there. But I never partaked in it directly. But first of all, 21 Savage ain't from the streets. That boy from the UK. Did we forget? Did we forget that he's a beans and biscuits eating ass dude for breakfast? When did he become the street representative? He from across the pond, you know? So we gonna let that drop. And the streets ain't never done nothing good for none of these jokers, man. Anybody that's mad about it is suffering from arrested development and probably some kind of loser, man. And cats be claiming they from the streets, but are they really? Who can verify and check that stuff? If you didn't know them, I could have got up here and said, I used to bang streets, all that. I got up here and told the truth. I ain't street, I'm street adjacent. I'm adjacent to the streets. But yeah, these cats, they be talking all this street stuff, man. Nobody don't know. Nope, no, it can't be proven. Can't.
I agree. It's just like, you know, as a military vet, it's kind of the same thing. If you ain't gonna be coming back telling everybody, oh, I deleted 100 people. I was like Rambo. No, because if you really was doing it, you ain't about to be bragging about it. So you always got to keep an eye on them people that's overly bragging, trying to convince you of something.
There you go. I grew up believing, and still to this day, the loudest person in the room definitely ain't the toughest, may be the most vulnerable. You know, growing up, that was definitely a defense mechanism. Had a guy in our hood, he would be loud, want to fight every Friday night and get beat up every Friday night, every night, you know, and do it every weekend. But yeah, the loudest guy in the room, it's that quiet ninja you got to watch out for. That was me. I was that snare trap. I was that quiet crash out. And my buddy caught me out on it, made me change my ways. But yeah, beware of that quiet ninja in the corner. He messed up in the head.
Agree. And shout out to Classy, woke him up. So I'll ask you, Classy, you know, as we've been mining through this, I see a big problem is people are getting so caught up in the messengers that they are trying to deflect from the message and the issue. They're trying to deflect from it by keep breaking up the messengers. What's your take on that?
Well, I was thinking about something that a battle rapper said. His name was Sue Surf. And I remember there was a quote he said on YouTube that he was going to battle another a Detroit battle rapper. And he told him, he said, there's nothing wrong from being from Detroit. There's nothing wrong. There's a lot of kids that are that has street or hood essence. They're just not built to be a street dude. That kid that's sitting on a brownstone or sitting on the porch is of street essence. The kid that's reading a book that come from a single mother that lives in the hood, he's of street essence. But he said, I got a zipper from getting shot. I got a zipper on my chest. He said, you're not built like that. Stop trying to be something that you're not. It's okay being from the hood, but do something different because you're not born with those traits. I respect him for that. However, and the problem is I think there's so many different ways to attack this. But my thing is that I think a lot of these older people that come from the street life, they feel like they're gonna lose something if people start to change. Like what Boosie said. Boosie said, he makes his bread and butter off of people from the streets. They feel like they're gonna lose something. But at the same time, when we talk about rap, when we go back to the 1985 during the crack epidemic, our rap was positive. Our rap was reporting on what was going on the streets. That's what it was about. It was about how could we uplift each other and have a good time. These cats nowadays, they want to go out and, delete each other. What are we teaching the kids today? And you got that dude from Miami. He looked like a Miami, Florida dude with them dreads. He could be a decal, not a decal, but what they call them, that county from Jacksonville. He could be one of those.
Dade.
Not Dade.
Dade, I'm in Florida.
Not Dade, is from Jacksonville, not DeKalb. That's
Dade
Georgia.
or Duval.
Duval County type of dude. That cat right there is actually recruiting these young dudes. He know, man, I've been 10 years in jail. What you're gonna do is you're gonna recruit new dudes to be just like you. You ain't gonna tell them, dude, being in jail for 10 years ain't no joke. You can't touch no woman. You're gonna be in there with a bareback dude ready to stick it through you for the next 10 years.
Oh Lord.
That's an unnatural.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Walker. I'm going to Unk's part. Well, yes, they do. He's right. 21 Savages from Britain. They have their own street code, but it's a lot different. He shouldn't be the voice of the United States. Because
now he got a body. He got a body, don't he?
Well, I mean, you can get bodies in the UK. I'm saying they got strict gun laws. They use knives.
Yeah, he's deleted somebody. I think he hanged somebody down or something.
I think it was in self-defense though, but yeah.
But come on now, we can't diminish the body.
I didn't
stain on the body.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
A self-defense body and a banging body ain't the same. Okay. It's not because I'm not a gangbanger and I'll defend myself. Y'all not a gangbanger, but y'all will defend y'allself, but y'all wouldn't get a bang body. Anybody will defend themselves, but everybody don't get a bang body.
I feel
you got a bang body. You got a self-defense body.
But let me end it from this. Where in history where snitching never happened? Crime families, organized families, John Gotti, all of them, Capone got taken down. You think nobody didn't snitch on them? And they were organized crime families. What makes you think you from the hood will never get snitched on? People sending anonymous calls to police officers every day. Let's keep it $100. None of these dudes are Bumpy Johnson, Frank Lucas, Rick Ross. You're not Pee Wee Kirkley. You're none of those guys. And the girls that supporting you, all they want you to do is take some of your money. And once you go to jail, she's going to go to the next bidder with the highest bid. I digress. Y'all go ahead.
There you go. These are the details, Brother Classy, that we need to give the youngsters. You're going to get locked up. I know that, Unc. I ain't tripping off that. I'm going to do my time. And when you're going to call your lady the first week, she going to answer. The second week, she going to answer. Third week, might be a little late. Might answer, might not. The fourth time, straight to voicemail. Fifth time, your friend going to answer. Your boy, your homie going to answer the phone. You like, what up, cuz? What you doing over my lady's house? Shit.
Or she went to do that, or she went to do with the friend taking a YouTube video, catching a bukkake on the face, sending it to him in prison because he in jail probably for 10, 25 years.
Oh Lord, not the bukkake.
No pain. You don't. Yes. Yeah, we gotta let them know. No, you're gonna go to jail. It's gonna be hard. No, like you said, that you liable to get a ninja a celly. I can't even finish my statement. It's gonna be a lot of trauma, man. Your lady get knocked down, your cellmate trying to knock something down. Y'all seen Prison Story? These are the darkest corners of this culture of the streets. Yeah, y'all like it now, huh? Trying to have the.
Then on top of that, these corporations are making money off of y'all black bodies, throwing y'all in prison.
I'm gonna be serious now. I'm gonna be serious and say it is a good message. It's a good message. But I just hope they stand on it and ain't just doing the next trendy thing. You know, everybody like to trend chase. If they saying this message, live by it, keep that shit, and show the example of that, you letting that stuff go. But the honest truth in the community on the not the celebrity level, people cats ain't gonna never let the streets go. You know why? Because sisters love fucking street niggas. And men, we problem solvers. We gonna be and do what get us the most poom poom, the most clout, the most respect in our communities. Now, if they ever move away from the hood, they might can be like, let the streets go. But long as they live there, they're gonna embrace the streets because people leave you alone. You get more respect from the ladies and the dudes, and you get more poom poom. And you know, in the street, dude, poom poom is God in a lot of cases. So simple as that. Like, so until the ladies stop rewarding street dudes ain't gonna stop embracing the streets. We want our rewards, you know. So, ladies,
I said it, Unc. I told the story before. I had a cousin, God rest his soul. He had just got into the streets, the damn streets. And I was like, what's up, cuz? You trying to come over, chill, play video games? He said, no, cuz. He said, I got motions. I got a car. He said, I get girls. We was in high school. And you know, I said, I feel you, cuz. I ain't mad at you. Be safe. And weeks later, out of here. So yeah, ladies, we're telling you, we are putting accountability on y'all, especially young men that don't know any better and have yet to mature. Young men do a lot of things, if not damn near everything, to get the desirable attention of a woman. So if y'all say you got to be a street ninja to get the coup de kata, which has been the message for us too damn long, that's what these young, impressionable brothers is going to lean towards. That is y'all indirect power.
And I think the only way to get ahead of it is to get the fathers back in the house, family, so that we ain't got these knuckleheads and, you know, these promiscuous girls. We try to curve it. Obviously, it ain't going to be 100%, but with 70% of them being raised by single moms, they can do almost whatever they want.
Well, Gavin, why do you think they get along so well with each other? They're both overly stimulated and overly emotional.
Yes, I agree. Nug and Bonquisha, one and the same. Leon King, we need fire and brimstone, brother. It's rough out here. Everything all lackadaisical, no rules, no parameters. We need some of that good old dark, dank layer, fire and brimstone. We need 10, not 9, Ninja. What you got?
If the devil used a woman to bring down mankind, what makes you think that he has changed his plans? As long as Satan can continue to use the woman, see, the woman was deceived. Adam was in rebellion. Adam knew what he was doing. So what the deal is this: we as Adam's children need to understand we need to stop this rebellion, because the rebellion that we engage in is equal to witchcraft. So we need to start obeying the laws of nature by being the dominant leaders that we are called to be. And that ain't in the streets. The streets can only lead to one or of two places, and that is either jail or hell. The choice is yours. If you
go to heaven, Whoa, you can't go to heaven?
No. You can't ask to speak to the manager. No. You know, Kirk Cameron just came out a couple of weeks ago and said he didn't believe that in an everlasting hell like he used to believe. See, Kirk Cameron is on that old bullshit. He was on that bullshit back then. That's why I never watched his shit. And all. But Kirk Cameron is trying to tell people that God and all his goodness is not going to send people to an everlasting torment. You're just going to be gone. Well, damn, if that's the case, I might as well do whatever I want to do. I'm just going to be gone. I'm not going to know about it or nothing. But I'm going to tell you, that is a lie straight from the pits of hell.
Okay. Well, we're going to come back to you, Leon. Welcome up, Divine. I'm going to play this video one more time to reset the conversation.
Hey, all these people saying fuck the streets and all this, I'm not with it because I am, you know, I'm a big part of the streets. You know, that's what my love at. That's what my genuine love at. They love me so much, you know, and I'm always speak up for the streets, bro. We talking about how it traumatized it. Yeah, it fucked us up, but it made us success stories. Everybody who was traumatized by the streets, it made you a success story to lead them streets. Streets made everything, hip hop, NFL, NBA. All these are people who come from the most 60% are from the NBA are from the streets. All athletes are from the streets. They had to play ball to leave the streets.
And here we go. So this is so much here. Like I say, he ain't speaking with too much context at all. He is making it seem like this is an absolute rite of passage. And if you don't do it, you see what I'm saying? You ain't a real one. You will be picked on if you don't choose this route.
Is this true, OG Richai? Huh? Do we all got to take this route of the hooligan?
Yeah, welcome up, Richai. First, let me get Divine in. What you got, Divine, on this F the streets?
Welcome up, Divine.
Yeah. How you guys doing? Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, sir.
The one thing I'll say about Boosie is like he's ignorant. Like he really doesn't get it because like don't you guys notice that trend? Remember with the half quarter zip that young man was wearing, and then you start to see like a woman start to attack the men for trying to better themselves. It's like the young people, they're trying to get away from the stereotype of being called thugs, and yet you have some people that try to hold us back from being great.
Mm-hmm. He can only speak from his ignorant position, Brother Divine. And that's what I mean. We got to identify folks' position when they speak. You know, class ain't gonna come here speaking from some uneducated hoodlum point of view. He gonna speak from his point of view, and it makes sense. And he ain't up here moving in a detrimental way. But Boosie, he can only speak from his lived position and the position he's currently living from, and he still is of the streets. So he can't damn the streets when he continues to benefit from street culture, which is deletion.
And I'll say this too, Mr. Walker, is like most of these rappers, they live in gated communities, and to telling people, oh, go sell drugs, and go get the money, go get the cars, go get the 304s, and they're in gated communities. They're telling people like us what to do, and they're not doing it.
Boosie doing what a lot of people doing. He's confusing growing up poor with being from the streets. A lot of NFL players grew up poor. A lot of NFL players and NBA players grew up in poverty. But just because you, just like me, I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. If you know, you know. And I grew up in the same place, but I was, just because you there don't mean you partake. But in Boosie's little simple mind, growing up poor mean you from the streets, but it don't. To be in the streets, there's certain activities that you got to partake in to do to be a street ninja. So he throwing two things together, which makes his case even worse. It do dumb.
I agree. I agree, Uncle. No, I totally agree with you on that.
I was gonna say this goes back to what I said earlier about are some people associating the streets with black people? Is it one and the same? And it seems like so, which is unfortunate, like I said, because he's saying the NFL. I don't know. I know a couple guys went to the NFL. None of them was in the streets.
Exactly.
I've never met, I mean, maybe one, maybe on the back end, but for the most part, it's not the path. All right. It's normally them are the guys that are being protected, but they are from the hood. They grow up adjacent, they from the hood, all that good stuff, but they are not in the streets. So if you grow up in the hood, is that the streets? What are we disconnecting here?
There you go. Welcome
It sounds like oh,
I'm sorry. You good, Classy. But that's what you were saying, Classy. What is it? Of street essence.
You are of street essence, meaning that that kid can be on the porch reading a book, is in the hood, but we do combine hood and street as one. They've seen it. They are of street essence, meaning they can get the street smarts. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are street.
There you go. And we got to, let's be clear about that. I like that, brother Classy, because that's true. Shout out to Darrell Revis. Darrell Revis had street essence, but he was not out there in them streets. You may see him passing by, but you weren't about to see him, in the hood doing wild stuff. So I think being clear about that is key.
Yeah, so that's what Boozy ain't making clear. Are there some? Few and far in between. I see y'all naming Aaron Hernandez and stuff. Like you say, y'all can start naming these people on your hands because it ain't that many. So,
and also too, Gavin, and
that ain't a success story. Aaron Hernandez is not a success story. What are you talking about?
And also
well, they just trying to say, people from the streets that play sports professionally. But what you got? What you say, Divine?
I was gonna say also too, Gavin. Why do you think they tried to make these movies of like Malibu's Most Wanted, like all these movies that try to push anti-black rhetoric, like how black people act in the ghetto, trying to mock us.
Malibu's Most Wanted.
Welcome up 3 a.m. We'll get you in. What you got, brother?
Good to see you, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It said my mic was muted. So, hey, salute to the panel. I think people, when you're from the hood, you don't have to be of the hood. Like when you're surrounded by all of that BS, you don't have to, succumb to that BS. Like you can
speak up a little bit, brother. Speak up a little bit.
You got to have a stronger mind, when you're out there. When you see, when you walking past the bus stop and somebody getting bum rushed, like you can't. You got to keep walking. Like you can't get involved in that. Like you got a bigger life to look after, especially when you're in high school, middle school, and what all that Boosie talking, that's some BS. Like, if you're a person that has positive people around you, it don't have to be your parents. It could be a neighbor. It could be an older neighbor. And like, hey, if you see what's going on, you don't have to participate. Don't be influenced by other people's mistakes. Learn from those mistakes, and then you'll be able to live a healthy life where you're not worried about, oh, the police behind me. I'm scared because I don't got no license, or I don't got no insurance. You're trying to duck and dodge instead of if they pull you over, you legit. And, you can speak with confidence and you can say, why you pull me over? Here's my license and registration. Like, you don't got to be fumbling like they be doing on the body cams. That's all I got.
Shout out to 3 a.m. And we got some super chats here.
Appreciate you, Sister Vicky. Says they even snitched on that Turner and John Brown. They don't know who John Brown is, Vicky. Shout out to John Brown and Nat Turner. Appreciate you, Mr. Incredible. Says many great men were taken down because of a woman, an evil woman. Let's be clear. Appreciate you, Unc B streaming. Says hashtag no heaven for Nug Nug.
Leon, that was wicked, huh?
Damn shame.
Appreciate you, Flicker Light Files. Says hold up. Are we surprised that the man that paid a streetwalker to SA his juvenile son has this perspective? Yeah, I remember hearing that. You know, exactly. But you are correct. Yeah.
And this is the same man that named his son Tootie Raw after drugs. But go ahead.
Yeah, you in line. Yeah, leave it alone.
Mm.
Appreciate you. Omni Design Studios says street culture equals bad boy culture. If women keep going for bad boys, street culture will keep existing. I don't see that changing. Shout out to Rose. She said ghetto stuff is fun. Hood boys is fun. The saga continues.
That's crazy. So welcome up, Richai. We'll get you in, brother. We'll give you the floor. You muted up there.
OG.
What up, Chai?
You got a delay? You got
Can you hear me? I still having problems with my
You
audio.
good? You good now? We got a delay.
Wait 7 seconds and then
I'm good now.
Oh, we got like a 7-second delay.
No, I'm not good. I'm using the Kendra internet. Wi-Fi.
Oh, Lord.
Gotta get together. OG. It's good to see you, nevertheless, man.
Got the Kundra Wi-Fi.
That's that Biden net.
Yeah, last time he came up, Chris. Y'all see he got the guitars, Richai all set up. Look like he ready.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Rich, I got them. I forgot the name of the daggone guitar. Shout out to my white brother that's teaching me about guitars. Stratocaster. I think that's the coveted guitar, Stratocasters.
So here we are. I guess at this point, we need to start talking solutions. Because during the video, the one guy said, don't just say F the streets, then you are abandoning people and this and that, and without having solutions or a plan. So I think two things is true. Somebody got to have a solution. I mean, it starts with fathers in the house, right? The parents is going to steer you in the right direction. But always trade school is always, a thing. Obviously not college. I'll get you in, Leon. Not college, but trade school, or just get right into the job market. While you stay home with parents and figure it out. Quit throwing them babies out on the streets. So
right there, I was just having this conversation recently with my son. All right, he's getting up there in age, and we were chilling, having a burger, and I was telling them about the different jobs and how much they make. And we got to talking, and I kind of got excited. I said, hold up. I said, a lot of these fast food jobs, you making dang near $16, $18, $21 an hour, depending on where you at. I said, man, you living, 25. I said, you living at home? I said, you working, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, and you get to stack all that money. And I was sitting there, I'm talking to my son, and we having this conversation. I'm like, God dang, like, that's some good money because you don't have no bills. Like you said, man, you stay at home with your parents. They got your best interests at heart, and you stack, you learn, you grow. You don't go out into the world at a financial and mental deficit. That's where we got to start.
I was going to say, I'll get y'all in, but yeah, that's how I sort of got out. Once I really tried to do right, went to trade school. That was my first step. So any brothers out there, just pick up the phone and call them. All right, they ain't turning no money down. You just got to be serious about it. Don't do it because somebody told you to do it. You really need to do research and be passionate and know what you're doing. All right? Chat GTP, all this stuff. You can figure out, what pays the most and all this stuff you want to know. So, but yeah, that was a step for me. I just picked up the phone or text them or something. I sent a message to the people and they called me like 5 minutes later. And I was like, man, they put my back against the wall because I wasn't serious. And they like, hey, you could come up to the school on Tuesday. We'll show you around. We can get you enrolled. You could be next semester about to start next month. And I'm like, whoa, I was just joking. But no, she got the ball rolling. I said, you know what? I'm going to take this chance. And I did it. And I went up there and I never looked back. I was about 23, 24, never looked back.
Yeah, it was a lot more divine than he's making it out to be, man. Because that you got to care. And from the outside looking in, I got to observe Mr. Exton. I had coaches and people pushing me to give him credit. Gavin didn't have nobody. He had to figure these things out on his own. And that is the part of the journey we say everybody's not going to make it through. You sit in, in your own, misery, and now all of a sudden you're gonna get the inkling, to pick up a phone or text or email and start the process of going to a trade school. Good luck.
All that. And I will say, as to my mom, I would say shout out to her. Even though she set us up to fail on the front end, she looked out on the back end once she got her ish together. And like you said, I was able to stay in her house and save my money while I was working, and and she helped me with that. So she wasn't asking for much. I saved my money and I bought my place and never went back, And that's part of it, though. The parents can't throw them out.
That's it, man. Welcome back, Richard. How you, Mike? What we got? We delayed still? Trying to hit OG.
Let's see. I don't know.
Uh-oh. I think we're still delayed.
Oh, is it still delayed?
Not too bad.
It's screwed up.
Not too bad. What you got? OG? We back. Oh.
This is devastating.
Come on, man. Listen here, man. Nobody got more intel than OGs. Leon King, you done told us what you got. I think Leon
trying to get back in. So we'll let you go, Leon, then we'll get Divine and Classy. What you got, Leon?
Okay. I was going to say the solution, and this is, I'm not joking about it, but I am going to go into another alternative. But the solution is to let it burn. But if you want to go alternative, if you really want to try and save a remnant, then you're gonna have to put daddies back into the home. You can be a stepdaddy, but these mentors out here, now they might be able to do a little something. But it takes having a man in the home who really gives a fuck about that home. See, when a man says to a woman, "Will you marry me?" he's actually saying, "I would die for you." So we need to make sure of the people that we are going to get up here on the cross for. Now, so that's the solution. See, the men have got to follow God, and they have got to lead their families. I was thinking yesterday, and this is just off the top of my head, I was thinking yesterday, see, Joshua, when Joshua said, as far choose you this day whom you will serve, either the gods of Egypt, the gods of this land, or, but he said, as far as me and my family, we're going to serve the Lord. Now, he wasn't just talking about his immediate family. He was talking about his legacy. See, Jerry Falwell, right, was really celebrated by a great amount of people on this earth. But Jerry had damn near bankrupted Liberty School, and his son came out as some type of weirdo that was letting his wife get hunched on by the pool boy and got disgraced. So look, man, I'm trying to tell you, it's a thin line between righteousness and being overly evil. And these folks out here that's got these beautiful smiles, and they telling you all this good shit and everything, and heaping these folks together with itching ears, trying to get you to plant a seed, give $1,000 here and $1,000 there, and all this bullshit. Man, I'm trying to tell you, you're gonna have to, we as men are gonna have to be men. That's just it. And being a man is not an easy thing.
Well, Leon, hold on. Let me slow you down. Let's get, all right, with solutions. Are you ready to be a stepdaddy and go in and help and be a problem solver?
I've been ready to be a stepdaddy since I was 15 years old.
What you waiting on?
I haven't found a woman worthy.
Ah,
You a lie.
I have
And the
not
truth ain't in
found
you.
not one woman in all my time of being on this earth
Okay.
who was worthy of me pulling a Rupert as in the movie Claudine.
Brother Leon, I got a question, OG. Now, how does a woman qualify, a single mom qualify to be your woman? What's the criteria?
Well, first of all, she got to be black and breathing.
Those are out there, so that's check. Got a lot of them. What's next?
Submission. Submission means that she surrenders herself to the authority of another. See, when I was a child, I submitted to my parents, I submitted to my teachers, I submitted to my adults. When I started working at the real jobs, even when I had my own job, I submitted to the homeowners, I submitted to my employers. Submission is saying, look, I remember, let me tell you a real brief, true story. I was working at Firestone, one of the biggest, best employers here in Wilson, North Carolina. My boss came to me, he said, this is what I want you to do. I thought I knew better than him and did the very opposite of it. He came to me, pulled me off to the side. He said, next time I tell you to do what I tell you to do, regardless of what you think about it, do what I said do.
He sunned you.
Yes. And those stripes entered into me better. See, if you can receive correction, you can make it in life because none of us know it all.
So you want to be able to speak just like that to your lady. You want to be able to go to your lady. You tell her, hey, I like my pancakes fluffy on the inside, crispy on the outside. But if she makes them reverse, crispy inside, fluffy on the outside, you want to go to her at the stove and say, next time you do what I tell you to do, submit to me. That's what you're going to do to her.
Look, the scriptures say that a man needs to know how to be wise, right? See, you got to understand how to talk to your woman.
Amen.
So you can get the results that you need.
Amen.
If you out here just beating her, trying to beat her into submission, that ain't gonna work.
Amen.
It's about love.
What is she supposed to submit to? What is she supposed
I was about to ask that. I was about that. What is she submitting to, Leon?
As far as me?
Yeah, as far as any woman to a man.
Oh, okay. First of all, she needs to understand what the truth is as far as life. Because
we speak about the man now. Should you have to convince her, or should you be moving in a way where she will?
You got to be moving in a way.
So what way you moving? So what way is you moving that a woman won't fall up under your submission?
That a woman will.
Won't. You saying they won't. You say you can't find them.
No, I'm just saying that, okay, this is how I'm moving. I don't pay a woman to be with me. I do not use money in order to entice a woman. I don't pursue a woman. I do not allow a woman to exert authority over me.
Amen. Now, question: real question? Do you have the ability to convince, or persuade a woman? Do you have the power of persuasion?
Number one, I don't try to convince a woman anything. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Concerning me.
Okay.
Because let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. For Christmas already, I got the Beatles Rubber Soul and I got Fleetwood Mac's Tusk, in addition to other things that I've gotten for Christmas. And I'm wearing one of the.
You didn't like witches, Leon. I thought you didn't like witches.
What do you mean by that?
Nicks, Stevie Nicks.
Look, I love Elton John, but he takes it up the ass.
Oh, Leon, Leon, you a hypocrite, Leon.
Hold on. First of all,
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
Look, my soundtrack to my life is my soundtrack to my life. I like what it says to me. Now, first of all, as far as Stevie Nicks, she's a great singer.
What's her title? Well, say it now. What is she? What is she? What does she call herself? The White what?
The White Witch. Okay. Yeah. But check this
Okay,
out.
hold on, Leon. Before we go, I want to get Richai in. All right, let me just make sure. Let's see if his mic works.
Richai is more wiser than I am.
What you got, Richai?
I don't know.
I hear you. Just go ahead. Whatever you got to say, just let it go. Just let it go. We hear you.
I think my mic is still screwed up, man.
You good,
Audio.
OG? Let it rip. Let it rip.
But Leon kind of threw me off a bit. Oh shit. He kind of threw me off. But you know, there's people out here in the streets that are just streetwise, and then there's people out here who are street aware. Even though I grew up in the hood, and even though I grew up in the hood, I was never streetwise. Okay, I was just street aware, and it's because of the people that I had grew up with, and who somewhat protected me or kept me from getting involved in a whole bunch of stuff. So you know, that little thing that you showed today, man, you know, it just convinced me that it just validated what I always thought, that there are going to be some people that we just got to leave behind. Okay, as we move forward, those are the people we need to leave behind, because they're not going to have a forward thinking, or they're not going to be on that progressive thought. All right, either male or female, and definitely we don't want those females. You know, we definitely don't want those females. So there's going to be a whole bunch of dead bodies or stale bodies. We're just going to have to keep walking over as we move our way forward. That's it, man. You know?
I agree, OG. I agree. Yeah, Shad kind of goes along with Brother Leon King's message. To some degree, some of it has to just burn. However, I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't believe the fire comes to destroy, it comes to cleanse. We have gotten too soft as humans. Life it's a battle from beginning. From the moment you are injected into your mama's birth canal, the fight for survival begins, and it's violent from beginning to end, man.
Yeah, that's true. So, you know, I mean, shout out to you, Leon. Look like you're smoking a big blunt over there. All that damn smoke you got going. You should have smoked. You probably have no batteries in your smoke detector, and somebody's going to call the fire department soon. But you know, it goes down to that, man. One thing, Gavin X. Hey, I want to salute you and Mr. Walker, because I've been following you all now for about 3 years, I think. But anyway, we went from that a garage setting with what's my man's name that was always smoking blunts all the time. I can't think of his name right now. But we went from that garage settings to doing Kenza reactions. So now we on to something more, with much more meat and substance. How do we move forward? That's what I see is happening now, is where we are now with these conversations. Not that there was anything wrong with the other ones, but You know, I totally dislike the you know, the internet makes money and fun off of our mishaps and missteps or our people, right? You know, about I mean the ratchetness of, and they make fun of it, but around the world, when they see it on the other side of the world, they think that's how we all behave. Okay, so I'm glad you stopped doing those kinds of reactions because I'm tired of it. Okay, I'm tired of seeing our people. They, they're not, the internet, especially YouTube, is never gonna show our best light. Okay, and if you all ever get an opportunity to watch this video by Panda Press talking about Sexy Red and how Sexy Red was an industry plant to get us to think a certain way to mold the minds of young people, especially with that Pound Town song. And you got kindergarten girls. So, they've already have molded the minds of the of 2 generations below us. Well, not below me, but you know. So, we I'm glad you all are doing this and having these kind of conversations because these conversations are needed. Like the last time we had those 2 brothers on, you know, these conversations are needed, and we can continue to do this and move forward. Then it's not going to happen in my lifetime, but it will happen eventually. That's all I got to say.
OG, I mean, yeah, amen, OG, daggone right. Yeah, the we had to try to, we did tie in, constructive, positive message with our judging and criticizing these dating Kundra and Ashley Dalton contestants. But yeah, the madness, it's a train wreck. It's very entertaining, if you will.
There you go. Go ahead. Let me get these real quick, Divine. You up next.
We appreciate you, Mr. Incredible, coming through like you do. Says, how do you get fathers in the home when there are barriers keeping him out, i.e., daddy government and baby mama? We gotta start at the root. Cannot procreate with men that do not want to be fathers. That's where it begins and damn near ends.
Generational. So it ain't gonna start with people that's 40, 30 years old. It's gonna start with our children. But it's like, how do we teach our children if we are selfish? All right. How are we gonna want them to be better than us? I mean, come on, we gotta be selfless for the next generation.
I say that it's our jobs to make sure our kids are better than us. Amen.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Noodles Jefferson. Come through with the 10 ball. Says, came in 2 hours late. Watched it from the beginning. I do not argue with ninjas of any race. I'm a whole square. Community, playoffs, match my level or get out my face. I hear you, brother Noodles.
Out to Noodles.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Better Believes Me. Come through. Says, where was all this back and forth during the no snitching campaign? The solutions will come once we get on the same page with the mindset of middle finger the streets. Amen. I don't know how we ain't all on the same accord when it comes to this. Misunderstanding, I guess.
So what you got, Divine? Get you in, brother.
I will say one thing, the only solution I could probably think of, they need to bring back the Big Brother and Big Sister programs that we used to have growing up, especially for our troubled youth, because when that happened, the youth used to want to aspire to be more. So but nowadays you have a lot of kids aspiring to be NBA players, rappers, and musicians, and they don't want to be lawyers, doctors. But the other thing I would say too, right? The only thing that the streets that we benefit from the streets as our people are not fazed by anything. It helps us build mental toughness. That's why when we go through and see a lot of shit happening, we're not fazed by it. That's the only positive thing I can say. That's what the streets have done for us as a people.
There are, I don't know the movement of the Big Brother, Big Sister programs, but there are equivalent programs out there. I'm gonna look it up. but there's like a boys' home, but it's not a home. Like it's a married couple, and they teaching the young men
who funded it?
how to be young men.
What the
Yeah,
money?
exactly.
This stuff, this is nonprofits, baby.
And that's back to my message of before about this. I believe we got to get to a position where we can volunteer our time because of that, because money, and that's a tall tale. Telling folks to work for no pay, no monetary pay. Good luck.
And also too, Mr. Walker, like for example, like at these universities, right? For example, when you see like the bank, like the big corporations that come to these big name schools like a Duke and all that stuff, it's like if they only came to the hood and just see like if you give like one of these kids from the hood an opportunity to do tech and all that stuff, you'd be surprised at what we can accomplish, at what they can do. It's like, but instead we're not given a chance to prove our worth.
That's it. I've said that. I believe so many brothers and sisters in the projects, dang near genius level. True. They don't have resources and tutors and mentors at their disposal to get that desired outcome. But here we
I
are.
would say we don't hold people accountable. So, we got the money. We spend a lot, but we need to hold the Tyler Perrys and all them. Quit watching their movies and supporting the people who don't care about us. They got the money to dump in the community, but we go watch their movies, we listen to their music, we buy their products out the store and eat at their restaurants. They need to do something for us.
And the same thing you can say about the Grammys too. It's like we see in the Grammys time and time again that they this hip hop and all that stuff, but yet you see artists, they still go to the Grammys, so go to the Grammys, and they still go to the Oscars, even though they try to put us down.
That's white folk, though. I agree with you, Divine, but that's white folk. We can't look for them to help us. We talking about our people, Tyler Perry, Oprah, the people with the bag. What you got, Rich? I'll let you get in.
No, I'm with you on that, Divine. And the Big Brothers, Big Sisters programs, some of them were partially funded by the federal government or the state government. However, we got these politicians in office that know how to cipher the money off and put it in their pocket and say, well, the program is only funded this way, or there's only this amount of money in the program. But we need something like that to come back. However, we also need to, I think we also need to start working with our like with my grandkids, and that generation that's coming up, because I mean, let's face it, I'm a baby boomer. We're phased out, okay? And then there's two generations. There's some people within the two generations behind my generation. Some of those people they're just lost out there, and we just got to check them off. However, those of us who are able to, we need to grab, those grandkids and great grandkids and get to working with them. Just like, where Classy's at in that profession. I'm sure that there's people that, even within his family, that's watching him, maybe even at the corner of their eye, they definitely watching. Okay. And he's dropping some knowledge on them. Just like just this past weekend, I was with my grandson, my brother's grandchild, and my sister's grandchild. I was out with them, just kicking it with them and trying to coach them along or help them along. Like I said last time, they just need to see an example. All right. They just need to see an example. All right. Because that's what they've been influenced by. They talking about the streets and whatnot, because that's their immediate example. That's what they're influenced. So they just need another influence. And those young sponges out there right now, those 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds, those are just sponges. And if they get that, if they see that example and shown how this pays off when you go this path, then there will be some hope. But if we continue to let the music industry and these corrupt politicians dictate how our community or how our culture should behave, then we're gonna have a bunch of sexy reds and whoever that guy is. I don't know who the hell he is. But
you're right.
Anyway.
You're right. We got to have. You're right. We got to show them good examples, and we got to be consistent in showing good examples. Because that's one thing the pupils are looking for. They're looking to see you be consistent. And if you don't be consistent, then they'll have a reason to go off course. But that go right, brother.
This is the other thing that I've learned. And I'm gonna stop right after this. This is the other thing I learned since I became aware, right? That I've learned it works for me. I don't know if it works for anybody else, but if I want to do something and my mind is set on it, I keep it to myself. I don't publicize it. I don't make it known that this is what I want to do. Like for instance, when I stopped smoking, okay, I remember when I smoked a lot of cigarettes. But anyway, I remember I would tell when I was in college, we would do this giving up something for Lent, whatever the hell it was. It was always cigarettes. So I'll make that publicly known. Oh yeah, I'm gonna stop smoking cigarettes for 40 days. And sure enough, 7 days later, I'm back smoking again. Okay. But these last time when I stopped smoking, I didn't tell nobody. I just told myself. And it took my wife 7 months to notice me. She said, are you okay? I noticed you haven't smoked a cigarette. I said, no, I haven't. I never told her I stopped. Because here's the thing that I learned, that when I make something public or tell somebody about what my intentions are and my intent, then that's going to draw the bullseye or the target on me. And they're just waiting for something to happen so they can point it out like, oh, I knew that you wasn't going to do that. I knew blah, 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 blah. So you always talking stuff. But when I don't say anything and I do it, then it's like a surprise. Like, oh man, how come you didn't tell me? I never knew. So that's what I've learned. Okay. So it's more of just doing it. We don't need to make a public spectacle out of it. We just need to just do it. Once we do it, then the people will say, oh yeah, well, that individual's he's about something, or he's standing on some type of purpose. But the moment that I make it public, then they're just waiting for me to stumble.
And that was powerful too, man. 7 months, like you said, pretty sure the missus was impressed. Women always impressed when you show that you thorough and they got discipline. They like that. And pretty sure
she stopped smoking right behind that. See
what? Come on, man. That's a message right there. She followed her leader. There you go.
And I noticed it, but I never said anything to her about it. Never said, "Oh, I noticed you stopped smoking." No, We're gonna keep it flowing like this.
Amen. I love it. OG.
I'm done.
Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Say shout out to my Chicago brother Richard. You put it perfectly. I am also street aware. Appreciate y'all, OGs. Shout out to Dim Canes. Appreciate you becoming a member. Stick around. Canes for life.
So here we go. Let me get Classy in. I know he's been trying to get in. Leon, no, we're gonna get Brother Steven. Welcome up. What you got, Classy?
What I was gonna say is that I know, like I said, first off, these ladies, I love helping young men because I've done it before. I've been a mentor in so many different categories, and the thing is my only fear about that is that we want them to get better and we want to help them get better. My only issue is that you do have that other side, men and women, that's going to keep producing children because they always know there's a safety net when things go wrong. That's the only thing that I fear of. But it's nothing against the kids because the kids didn't ask for this. But I would just tell the kids, go seek mentorship. If there's any male figures around that are doing decent work, just be around them if you don't have a stable father or a stable mother, because at the end of this day, you got to be able to take care of yourself once they're all gone. You got to be able to take care of yourself. Don't think about
this guy. I'm not to cut you off. What is the safety net? Is the safety net the government?
It's not just that. It's just the fact that we can also be enabling them as well. I'm talking about the people creating the kids. I'm saying we can mentor these kids, but they're going to feel like they can produce more of them because they feel like there's always going to be somebody else to take on the responsibilities while they continue to be irresponsible. That's the fear that I have. But like I said, it's not the kid's fault. I'm just saying that though. But I don't know, man. Like I said, yeah, unfortunately that we can't save everybody. You got to take what you can get. As I was a young boy, when I grew up in a community where people helped everybody, every summertime when I didn't have no money, I took my lawnmower, went to everybody's house, knocking on their door, cutting they grass front and back. And see, this is why I try to tell a lot of these single mothers. Reason why you ain't got no help, because you ain't got no damn community. See, when I grew up in, everybody looked out for each other. And those people that you cut their yard for $5, or you did the oat for the eldest person for free, when you was going through some hard times, you didn't have no food to eat, guess what they did? They gave you some food.
They can't
But
hear
overall,
you, Classy. They
oh, y'all can't hear me? They
No,
can't
we
hear
can
me?
hear you, but I mean, yeah.
So, but overall, what I'm saying is that we got to get, first of all, we got to teach these kids, don't rush for perfection. Always keep the progress going, because, you know, life key, you're going to keep progressing in life. You need to keep progressing this right here. Keep progressing. If there's a young kid out there that's going through a hard time with their parents, there's some of them out there looking at their parents and saying to themselves, you know what? I don't like this life. I'm better than this, and I'm better than you, and I'm gonna prove it.
Shout out to Classy. We
So
just
if we
had
can get those kids, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, we can get those kids. You probably can get some of the kids that's going through hard times that don't know how to navigate through certain situations. That's just my solution.
I agree.
Shout out to Classy. We had a big snow here not too long ago, and I went outside and like I didn't see any kids walking around looking to shovel no snow. I almost made mine go shovel some daggone snow. But that anxiety ain't the same, man. Like you said, you gotta make money. Shout out to my old college brother Terrence, man. Like snow days, like I would make, you know, maybe $20, $30, $40, you know, after school, whatever, if it was a school closure. Man, my other brother, he was hustling. He said he'd make $100 before school. And like, you know, you think back like, what? A young high school kid waking up before school to go shovel 4, 5, 6, you know, walkways, make $100 in the early 2000s before you go to school. That same crazy mentality led him to the NFL. So you got to, yeah, what I'm saying, you got to start being crazy young, man. Work, grind, get that grinding spirit. That's how you strive for greatness. Appreciate you, Classy.
That part. So welcome up, brother Steven. What you got? We'll get you in. Welcome up, George. What you got, Steven?
Welcome in, scoundrel.
You look frozen and muted. What you got?
Yeah. All right. Evening, fellas. Evening. How am I doing now?
So, we hear you.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
I see your hoodie in the back. I see that SBC Nation hoodie. Shout out to Stephen James. But what's up, brother George? What you got? We're talking about F the streets. I don't know how much of the show you caught tonight, but we've been talking about the movement. You know, Boozy up here. Boozy said he loved the streets. We don't need to say F the streets. What's your take?
George, you a hoodlum. You a street ninja.
You know me, I love the streets. The streets taught me everything I know, from not snitching to minding your business, getting in before the lights turn on at the street light. Like, I love the streets. Like, my family is all in it. So the streets ain't never going nowhere. Before the streets was here, before we even had streets, we had other things to deal with. So circumstances they're never going to alleviate us. We just got to learn how to deal with them.
Amen to that. Daggone right. There you go. That's what the streets taught me too. Shout out to the kids that had to go home before the street lights came on. That was a definite butt whooping. Oh, I got so many whoopings because you're supposed to go home before they come on. I was a little slow. I went home when they came on.
And if you weren't in the house, I guarantee you that next door neighbor was going to tell your parents on you too.
Listen, we lived in Detroit at the time, in the hood. Every window and door had cages on them. And that was the rule. You come home before the streetlights come on. And I come home late. And as a kid, you think you're parental figure is being mean. But no, like he was scared, terrified. You come home late, it's dark, and I would get home, and by the hour after being home, an hour of darkness, outside looked like New Jack City in its prime. These are my visions as a kid. You could not go outside. The Fiends and the D-Boys owned the streets now. Me and my friend Boo Boo, that was his Boo Boo. We would go outside in the morning and collect crack vials, blue and red caps. That was our thing. But yeah, shout out to the kids. Got to come on when the street lights come on. Yeah, our parents weren't being mean. They was, you come home, you in the hood. Yeah, they was terrified for your safety.
You remember playing hide and go get it in the hood? Like, I got so many memories in the hood. Like, I didn't see. Like,
we thought I was. See, you had to be a cool kid though. You see, I wasn't a cool kid. So you play hide and go get it, and then you find somebody, and then they like, get away from me.
Oh, we can't do that in today's world because they get pregnant.
Yeah, you used to play like hide and go seek, play tag in the hood. It used to ride bikes everywhere. But now, too much of this new generation, they be on their phones all day, every day.
Just looking down.
And brother Steven, we keep bringing you up. Steve, you better get it together. We're about to get final thoughts. You're gonna miss out here. All right. What you got? I'm gonna try you again.
He froze.
He got that. It's internet. It might be the device you on. A lot of times people think it's the internet connection. It could be the device.
True. You can't have.
Okay, we're gonna try this again. Can you men hear me, or is this acting like Mr. Walker's face? Bad. Okay, so I just want to say I don't even know what you ninjas is talking about tonight. I just want to say what's up to everybody. Rachai, you my man. Classy, you my man. Divine, you my man. Leon, oh man, you funny as I don't know what. Oh, truth over lies. Yeah, Mr. Walker, and yeah, Mr. Gavin. We got the package, brother. We got the package. We all good. The solution to, I think, what you guys' topic is about. I've heard the whole show. It ranges from be a stepdaddy again to how can we fix the community? What are we gonna do about the parents? What are we gonna do about the culture? What is this? What is that? Or whatever. Believe it or not, I think my mom is listening, and her phrase always was when I was growing up is that everything starts in the home. Shout out to Fatapus. Okay, so what she means by everything starts in the home is that, yeah, the culture is always going to be negative. The culture is always going to be what it is because they make money doing that. Just to keep it plain, water it down. That's never going to go away. The problem is that the people who are watching this show, the hosts of this show, everybody who agrees, we don't have the press in our face like the others do. The people who are the most ratchet will always get the most press. Why? Because that's more entertaining, and we busy. We busy living life and doing what we're supposed to do. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is always easier to do wrong than it is to do right. Period. And it's going to be that way for a long time, right? So everybody wishes things would be different. Everybody wishes, okay, that there was always fathers in the homes. There's always someone to help you, whether to educate you on the path of life. Let's just use that phrase, the path of life. Whether you want to go to college, whether you want to go to trade school like I did, help you figure out who you are and how best to serve the community and humanity, right? In order for that to happen, we need people like you and everybody watching this to be more vocal to everybody else around us. Now, granted, the younger people who don't know what's going on, who are sabotaged in the brain about the negative Black culture, they're going to look at us as lame. They're going to look at us as old and crazy, and they ain't going to care. But it's the ones that have the mind, who want to do better, who want to grow, who, like Mr. Walker said, I think, can't believe I'm about to give him credit for something, that they see all the negative around them and they know they don't want to be a part of that. They want to change. And Mr. Gavin, I think you said that too. So in order for them to reach out to people who can better assist them in life and not be like Ratchet Red or whatever, you have to have more anti-Ratchet Reds. You have to have more anti-negative culture people in the schools, especially elementary to middle school. Once they get to high school, you can't do anything with them. Their personality is set. They're going to do what they want to do, right? But elementary and middle school, that's where the people with the highest morals and the highest standards, that's where they should be. The reason why they're not is because the same reason why I'm not. It doesn't pay anything to be a teacher. No. So what can you do? So like you said, there are programs out there. There's not enough of them. There are people out there, good soul, good intentions. There's not enough of them. The kids who want to be found, they're not standing on a rooftop and saying, hey, I'm over here, help me. No, because all their peers are looking at them and they don't want to be viewed as weak. So we've got to be available, number one. Number two, see these kids, pull them aside one-on-one and be like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And then once they trust you because they feel that you care about them, which has to come first, they're not going to care what you're saying until they see that you care, that you're talking to them, right? So until you do that, it's going to be a long road to go, but it is worth it. It seems like we're being outbreeded by the Bonquishas and the Thugnificents, right? But we're not. It's just that the ones who are teaching their kids how to play chess at 10 years old, they're not on social media showing that. The ones who are taking their kids to violin, and my parents had her going to ballet school, right? This is when she was like 5 or 6, right? Daddy's little girl, take ballet school, right? Little things like that, where now you don't even have to spend money. You have the World Wide Web. You have a question, put it in there, you got it. But you still need people with high moral standards to pass on those standards and be available. That's why Rachai, man, I'm chomping at the bit for you. Go ahead, Mr. Walker. I see you pointing. I think.
Brother Stephen James, I agree with what you say. I agree with everything you said. I think the only issue is I don't think we will ever outnumber the bad. I don't think the good folks will ever outnumber the bad. I think that's the never ending fight between good and evil, right? Good shall always prevail, but it always seems like the task is daunting because there's hordes of evil. But I don't think we'll ever outnumber them. However, we do have to be louder than them and be consistent. I think that is the benefit to the good doers, is that we could be consistent, where if you are an evil doer or you're looking to be detrimental to the community, at some point, your hypocritical ways is going to come through. So we got to be consistent and louder, I believe. I don't think we'll ever outnumber them.
It goes back to what Mr. Walker was saying. I was going to say, it goes back to what Machai said. You have to leave people behind. You have to leave them behind. I had to tell a high school student
that's looking like a chimney.
I told a student that one time, you have to leave some people behind. I'm sorry. It's like you're going to outgrow people. You're going to outgrow your friends. Like you can't remain in that same mindset forever. Eventually, you're going to have to grow up.
Big facts.
True. So, Mr. Walker, Stephen mentioned something, and I wrote the word down: integrity. I think he said something about good and bad, right? I forgot what he said. I didn't write it down, Stephen. I'm sorry. It doesn't take much to do bad, but it takes a whole lot to do good. Something like that's what you said.
It's easier to do bad. Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier to do bad. But, when you do something good, that's integrity. That's when you do stuff that people you're not doing it to get attention. People are not noticing it, right?
That's what I tell my son, Richard.
Right. So I think that from what I see on the internet, there's a minute number of people. I'm not saying however many people in our community, it's a small percentage, but just because of YouTube and because of how things sell here in America, we're talking about America, how things sell in America, that one clip gets reacted to 100 times and gets cut up in many different ways. Okay, there could be 20 people that's behaving ratchet, but it's going to be viewed 10,000 times, and it's going to seem as though that, you know, there's 10,000 people out there that's acting like this in this behavior. But you know, I think is a small percentage. Those are the ones that's getting the attention. And what'd you say about doing bad again?
It's easier to do bad than do good.
But the ones that's acting with integrity, we don't need to. People who are acting with integrity don't need to shout it. Okay, we just need to be, like you said, consistent. Stephen James said it too. Just be consistent. And Stephen, and I think Classy said it too about having those young minds being able. You have to hear them, but we have to listen to them as well. We have to listen to them, and we have to hear them, and we have to recognize the fact that, let them know that, okay, I see you. Okay, let me tap into what it is. Let me ask you, what do you want to do? Because sometimes, like I was with my niece, my sister's granddaughter this past weekend, and I asked her a couple of questions, and she didn't know what she wanted to do. She's like, okay, you're in high school right now. Okay, she's got an idea, but okay, that's fine. So who's around her that's cultivating these to help her with her ideas or where she want to go? Like, for instance, so before we left Classy, she said she wanted to be a forensic toxicologist. Okay, so in my mind, I'm thinking, who can I get her in front of? You know what I mean, Classy? Who can I, that's in my immediate environment, or somebody that's within my LinkedIn network, or somebody that I can get her in front of, you know? And if I have to put the money up to get her into some type of program or what, you know, let's do that. Case in point, you know, I'm gonna land my plane. I think that a lot of the black NBA players and football players are living their mother's dreams because their mothers kept pushing them to do that, because the mother had the end goal. My son gonna be a great NBA star. My son gonna be in the NFL, because she's already thinking about the house she wants to live in when her son signs that contract. Okay, that may not be his dream, but mama keep pushing him. All right. Case in point, my mother, bless her, she kept pushing me and wanted me to be a school teacher. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, that's not what I wanted to do. So I went in a different direction. Oddly enough, I teach people today, but not in school. It's more of a on-the-job training kind of a thing. But anyway, so I think that Stephen and Classy said the words integrity, and that's how we have to act. We don't need to be shouting, Mr. Walker. There's a lot more of us that's acting with integrity. We don't get that visibility because we're not looking for any type of validation or attention. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I agree, brother.
I think I'm done.
And I would say this to Stephen's point. I think we are being outbred, you know, by the worst of us. It's unfortunate, but it don't take but a small percentage of If we just look on the panel right now, we got majority of the men don't have kids up here, I believe. So that's a case study right there. 56% single and childless. So we gotta, you see what I'm saying? We gotta reverse that. So that's part of the issue as well. So Nug making all the kids and then leaving them, and then he telling these good men to come raise his kids. That ain't fair, and that ain't gonna happen. But you know, the next generation, we gotta understand what went wrong and fix it.
Amen. Welcome in, Sister Ebony. Good to see you. How you been?
Hi. Good.
Like that shirt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was listening in the chat. I've been doing some stuff trying to get ready for the holiday and everything. But I just wanted to come up and say, because we're talking about solutions and everything, is that it's important for us to, because our kids are trying to get to a bag because they're seeing all the people in media get into money and stuff. It's important that we teach our kids trades, teach them about STEM, teach them about all the legit ways to get money. Because these kids are coming out of high school, becoming engineers, becoming electricians, and getting to some real money. My friend's son got his journeyman's license, and he's starting off making $200,000 a year, and he's only 21 years old. And that's just something that we could only dreamed of at that age. So these kids want to get to a bag, and it's up to us to show them how to get it. And another thing is, like, we need to get life insurance policies for ourselves. We need to buy homes and buy land so we can pass that down to our kids. We can take out money from the homes in order to put them into institutions to teach them the trades and everything. That's how we're going to set them up for success. And like, as far as the music and all that stuff goes, I think a lot of the hip hop culture and everything has been co-opted. If you guys notice, a lot of like our original like MCs and people from our immediate culture are not the ones representing hip hop right now. A lot of people are from different countries who are the rappers and stuff now, and they're kind of continuing to promote the degeneracy. If you guys kind of take a look at things, we kind of fell back from all that degenerate stuff, but they are being pushed. So it's important to teach our kids about that, and it's important to teach them the history of street culture in general, because when our elders and stuff, they hit the streets out of economic deprivation. They weren't getting jobs. They had to do what they had to do to feed their families, and these kids need to understand that's why we did it. You guys have opportunities to do stuff now. You guys have parents or people in the community, like all of these, like a lot of these football programs and sports programs for these kids that happened from hustling, people that hustled and made money to start these programs. So there were some good things that came from the game. A lot of the hustlers and stuff, they donate to the churches and built churches, and a lot of the Boys and Girls Club organizations and everything. So not everything was totally bad. I think now it's turned into some complete degeneracy. But if we just teach our kids their history and why it got started, so they know that, okay, well, I know grandma and pap had to do this for survival. I don't have to do that because I can do X, Y, and Z. And I think that that's what these kids need to know, because they're really trying to get to a bag, and it's up to us to show them how to get there. And it's up to for us to show them about the degenerate stuff that is being portrayed, so that they don't fall into those traps.
I'm all shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. I always come up here, fire and brimstone. The trades, I live by it. Me and Mr. X, at one point was full steam ahead with the general contracting. Excuse me, I got hiccups. And trades are the future. I believe, the world is showing us that there are so many openings: carpentry, plumbing, electrician. Here's the key. The ultimate key is to be competent. Being a cashier, a shelf stocker, that's not competence. You have to have a skill. And shout out to Home Depot. Home Depot is offering no cost training for certain trades. I shared it in the Patreon. So anybody got a young boy, young girl that's of age, I would go ahead and send them to the old Home Depot and get some no cost certification. I'm done.
Here you go. It's going to take a lot. Get the families back. So it all sounds good, but if these kids are living in the hood in poverty, they won't grasp to any of it. So like, hey, do this, do that. Because I'm telling you, I was that kid, and that's all my friends. I remember when I was going to trade school, and I told all my buddies, they all but laughed in my face. It's like, what you gonna do? How you gonna get out? How you gonna go do something different than the rest of us? And still,
I have that same. Oh, but I'm sorry.
most of these guys are in prison, dead, or still in the streets at 100% rate. So that is what it is.
Or
Yes,
asking the text for money.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have. Listen, I have. I never wanted to be in the field that I was in when I was coming up. I wanted to be a firefighter. I hated science. I hated everything to do with biology. But my world went the opposite direction towards that. Now, however, what is that in the background? Now, however, I had two types of uncles. I had the Martha's Vineyard version, and I had two other uncles that spent 25 years in a federal prison. One, he's 80 years old, still up and going, doing his thing. The other one, every time out, can I get $1? Can I get $5? You got the money. You got the money. So I have to say, as much as I didn't like the hospital field, I hated it with everything in my soul. But I have doctors in my family that guided me to that, and they just got stuck to me.
And I was gonna say this too. Like, I agree with everything what Ebony's saying, but I do think the solution is to tell our children that small jobs don't matter. What it's like, it's a McDonald's or working with retail. It's like a lot of these kids today they don't want to work those jobs because they think that they're better than that, or a custodian. They think that they're above that. I'm like, no. Sometimes you have to start off small in order to build towards something. I think that's why our kids, they need to start valuing small jobs.
Right. No, I agree. You need to start somewhere. You can't just start off at the top. So whatever you need to do while you're in trade school or whatever, you need to get some experience under your belt in whatever you do. So I agree with that 100%.
I think that's a cultural thing. So I don't think the kids don't want to work there. I think we got a culture that, will bully and laugh at you if you work there. Right? What you doing working at McDonald's at 15 years old? You broke? What do you mean? Right? You go in there, you see little white kids working all the time. The dude to be the the prom king and the quarterback of the high school football team. White kids will be working at Wendy's. Black kids ain't no way. I gotta own the Wendy's at 16. You see what I'm saying? It's amazing.
Shout out to Dave Chappelle, the Whack Arnold's skit. Yeah, look at Calvin. Got his job at Whack Arnold's with your whack ass. Yeah, that was it. I wasn't cool working at Wendy's with my non-slip shoes on from Payless. That wasn't cool at all. But it builds character. And that's one thing I tell my kids is, when you are a kid, awkward teenager, embrace the awkwardness. Like, my gosh, like, I wish somebody would have told me this. When you are a teen boy or girl and you get in that growth spurt and you lose your damn balance and all that, embrace it. You are not supposed to be cool right now. You ain't supposed to be, especially for boys. Girls are born with different values, especially for boys. You're going to be awkward. You ain't select. Focus on growth.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I mean, remember back in the day when you were the issue, you had a certain brand shoe. My Nikes were called Nickies. Okay, and my name, I was such a nerd. I was called Noodle because the biggest thing on me was my kneecaps. So yeah, you got to start off awkward to get to where you need to go.
Just take it. Hey, listen, we got to deliver these message classy. There's nothing wrong with being, what was it? I guess I'm ugly duckling. You know what I mean? Because you go mature into something greater. Not calling the kids ugly, but because they sensitive to that to now. But that's what we consider you, ugly duckling. You gonna mature and grow out of it.
Right.
Just embrace it.
I still got old men nowadays when I go back to Oklahoma. Hey, what's up, Noodle? I don't like it now, but at the same time, drunk on the corner of Noodle, I'm like, son of a. But go ahead, Divine.
You got it. You got it.
There we go.
Sorry.
I'm gonna grab these super chats real quick, and we're gonna go around, start getting final thoughts.
Appreciate your Omni Design Studios coming through like you do. Says we need to have we need to have content creators who have successful marriages and families. Says that will cancel out red pill rhetoric and street code. Well, we don't want to cancel out red pill teachings. I wouldn't call it rhetoric.
If your rage, I would say cancel the rage.
There you go. Appreciate you. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Says mother loving kids would be try to live stream, hide and go get it these days. It's not gonna end well. Oh yeah, that's wild work. Appreciate you, Omni Design Studios. Says it's easy to do bad things. It's hard to do the right thing. That's why evil always prevails, unfortunately. I don't want to say they don't always prevail. It may seem like it. Appreciate you, them Canes. Says I've been watching y'all boys since September of last year. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you, man.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight. Gotta get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to Uncle Tall. Come through with the $100 sponsoring tonight's show. We appreciate your OG. Says once the culture is moving in the right direction, we still need to interact with other cultures living in this country. It is essential that we have the right people who will represent us and move in our best interests. Otherwise, sellouts is going to do what sellouts do. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall.
That's a good message. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Always coming through, sponsoring the show. Yeah, the culture is extremely toxic right now. So, you know, even though, like I said, a lot of people getting on the messengers like the 21 Savage, you know, I think they don't need to be the loudest voice, but they do need to be in the room. Yeah, they need to be here. The kids need to see them in the room. Absolutely. Why they can't just see all men like us? They ain't gonna want to come in. But if they start seeing their favorite rappers and athletes in the room, they gonna want to be a part of it.
You know, it's starting to sink in now. OG Rachai, you know, like guys like me and Mr. X, we lame now. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure, you know, these youngsters don't know you, your story, how you, and they don't give a damn, right? And, you know, you sit there telling them what's right because you done live wrong and you know what's going on. And they like, you just a lame OG. What do you know?
That's true. So shout out to Uncle Tall sponsoring the show.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Shout out to brother EV. Good to see you. Says good looking glazed Galaxy Yam console on my screen. Console assemble. Appreciate you, EV. Says Leon pulling out that $100. This right here.
Shout out to EV and shout out to Baba T. Dropped a 20 in the cash out, sponsoring the show. He says, Happy Kwanzaa, beautiful people. He says he got a cold. He can't make it.
Oh, I just about to get on you, OG. Appreciate you. Happy Kwanzaa, brother.
And get well, brother. Yeah, rest up, get well, take care of yourself.
For sure. And EV, don't you try to come up late, all right? Don't you do it. I know how you do.
Shout out, Baba T.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So what you got, Rich? I will get you in. I know you're trying to get in.
So I was just listening, man. There's so much. I had a thought, but I lost it. But I like what Ebony was saying, and I definitely agree with that. But I think Mr. Walker, integrity is quiet progress. Oh, I know what it was. You know, we're talking about working as a young person at, you know, those fast food joints, like Ebony was mentioning, and that we have to let those young people know that this isn't forever. You're right, Ebony. No, this isn't forever. This is the start of your career or the start of your endeavor to earn a living and make money. And I think that's what it is, because they got 56-year-old females, Hispanic workers, excuse me, in McDonald's and Wendy's. Okay, and they're there because they need that income to help the family put food on the table, while Juan and Hector are out shoveling snow and mowing and cutting lawns. And I think that's the message we need to help send to these younger people, because again, my generation is done, and the generation up under it is done too, more or less. They just cooked. But we have, just like I did with my grandkids, we have to send that message to them that this isn't forever. It's a start. Just because you saw when you was in high school or grammar school, you saw that 60-year-old man as a janitor. He wasn't doing that all his life. He just happened to be a janitor at that time when you were there. We don't know what happened for him to get to that position, but he had a job still. So I think that's the message we have to send, because some of our people, like my grandson, he did that to me the other day. I was with him. I said, "No," I said, "You're looking at it wrong, man. That man wasn't doing that all his life. Okay, you don't know what his story is. This is how you see him today. Like when you were born, there was the internet and color TV, but that stuff wasn't around when I was your age. Okay, so I think that's the message there. And you're right, Ebony. Integrity is a quiet progress. It's a quiet progress. It's coupled with a quiet. We don't have to shout. Okay, just like we probably can name a lot of people. Like for instance, Reginald Lewis. Anybody familiar with him? Reginald Lewis. Okay, that was a quiet progress. Not many people are familiar with him, and he was a multimillionaire and left a legacy behind with a foundation. So, that's quiet. When you do something quiet, not many people, only the ones who are aware is gonna notice and take that as a lesson. So that's it for me.
And we'll get you back in, Sister Ebony. I see your shirt too. Get up under some instruction. All right, I see you. I missed it.
Yes, but Gav, I need you to help me out, because I was at the mall today getting my pants tailored, and so I went to the little t-shirt shop. They didn't really do it right, but we're gonna have to talk. I think we're on to something.
Yeah,
I was peeping it.
Some instruction. Yes.
Yeah, it said some instruction. Get up. No, they butchered that.
No.
I get up is under it.
Get
So
up
it's
is under some instruction.
Yeah.
Yes. So
and Mr. Walker too slow to get it. You see.
Yeah, we got to get it centered right and do it right. The font is all wonky, but hey, we'll figure it out. But I just wanted to say thanks for having me up. And I think like the difference with the street culture and street code from back in the day to now was that people hustled and had a plan. They were hustling to start a business or to get out of the hood or to do something. I think this generation now is hustling for clout. There's no end game to it. It's all about clicks and views and flashing money and stuff on the internet and all that. So there is no end game. There was a code back then. We didn't bring, or I'm not going to say we, but our elders and stuff didn't bring heat to the neighborhood because we knew that it would mess up with the money. So we weren't doing reckless things in the neighborhood because we knew that we needed to continue to bring in money. So the code is off, the streets are all wonky and stuff like that. That's why the game, you don't want to be in the game anymore. We did it out of necessity. Now it's just for clout. So that's not something that you want to do, but get your kids into trades and stuff. And like we were saying, let them know it's just a stepping stone. If you got to work at, at Chick-fil-A or whatever, my son is actually trying to get a job right now. And I'll tell you guys this, all those little jobs that we had at 15, 16, and even 14 years old, a lot of adults are now in those positions because of the market, and everything is oversaturated, and the adults are actually taking our kids shopping jobs and fast food jobs and things that, you know, we had for us. So that's another thing to look into, because my son's been looking and I'm like, dang, he can't get a job nowhere. Like, what's going on? But there's a lot of adults and there's a lot of other people, you know, kind of stepping in and taking those jobs. So that's another thing to take into account. But it was a great topic tonight, and just teach your kids about their history and stuff, and how important it is to know where your family and your elders have been, so that you know where you're going. You know, I know my grandparents, they were definitely in the game at some point, but I know that they were doing that in order to take care of their families, and it is what it is. I appreciate that for that, you know, that they did that, because they had to do what they had to do in a time where they couldn't get jobs and couldn't do those things. So yeah, that's important too. But you guys, I love the show and I love the topics and everything, and let's just keep spreading the message, and reparations for us, you know, that will also rectify a lot of this stuff too, but we'll talk about that on another day. And I love you all, and happy holidays to you.
Same to you, sister.
Shout out to Sister Ebony. She ain't coming up without letting y'all know reparations cut the check.
That part. And like you say, I think part of the solutions is say what now? Okay, I was saying part of the solutions is, you know, fathers in the house. And I see Rachai had made a face earlier when I said we were being outbred by Nug Nug. Then we illustrated that, you know, majority of the men up here don't have kids. So, but part of the solution in our lifetime is the childless men being stepdaddies. I don't know. All right, that's part of the solution in y'all in our lifetime. All right, something immediate.
Stepdaddy divine.
See, everybody said no, so there is no solutions right now.
The problem with that situation in 2025 is that these women don't respect stepfathers. They only want it for their benefit. They can care less about them kids, in my opinion.
And also too, I was gonna say, like, single moms back then, they used to be grateful for any man that they would get. But now, like in 2025, they think that they are above any type of man. They think they deserve more than what they should.
And think about it. This goes into the chat. Shout out G Honda, EV, a lot of childless men, huh? Tep Daddy season. Tep Daddy. Leon, Steven.
Y'all gotta be realistic. I said it now. If it makes sense. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop. Sierra, you know.
We got to stop making Sierra the cornerstone. Sierra and Russell Wilson. That is a rare commodity.
Here's my point, Classy. If you want to have a chance at finding a desirable guy, follow the Sierra regimen. Get yourself together, fit, feminine, go on a whole 1-year cleansing journey. Wake up at 5 a.m., running 3 miles. And then we can start to bring hope into the room. So that's what I mean.
Well, I would say this. Will there be men that'll be stepfathers? Absolutely. But I can also say this, though. I can also say those type of stepfathers are just as rare as these women trying to find a 200K man as well, because there's too many women that want that same man.
And also too, if you see too, right, the Gen Z, and they don't want to be stepfathers because they're starting to see what their parents have been through, and they see the whole disrespect. They have social media, they see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Brother Stephen James, your mic get any better yet? Anything you want to add to the conversation? You hooligan?
God, I hope it's acting better than your face.
It's not. It's not.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, a little bit, kind of, somewhat.
Oh, dang it!
Yeah, I can hear you, Stephen James. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3.
You good?
Testing.
You good? You good, man?
I can't hear anybody.
You guys still there, or am I still there?
I hear Steven.
Okay. Because my screen is acting wonky now. I just want to say what you just said about people being stepdads, but stepdads get divorced too, right? So that's another reason why that would be an bad deal. I would never advocate for somebody to do that, because how many videos have we seen where she's had 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 guys, and then the third guy or fourth guy, he's paying child support on kids that ain't his and never were. So
I agree.
I wouldn't agree with
two
that.
to 3 kids is tough. Well, I ain't gonna hold y'all. When I'm talking about,
when you guys get to the point of asking the question, well, what is causing all of this? Then I'll be all ears. Ebony Dean, I can't read what your shirt says, but does that say get under some butterscotch? Go ahead, girl. Go ahead. But Mr. Walker, your face is bad, so I gotta say, my comment for you tonight is
He loves to stop. Y'all keep talking.
Say, you
huh?
have a die for
You
lack
keep
of faith.
talking, man. And you shut the fuck up.
I have a friend that's like that though. She has like 4 kids by 4 different men. And I never understood it. And actually, I remember she jumped on me one day. I didn't say anything about her situation. She always asked me for money. And I'm thinking to myself, in my mind, I was just like, and actually, I remember she jumped you have. I didn't say anything about her situation. She always asked me for money. And I'm thinking to myself, in my mind.
Stephen.
Oh, Stephen. Sorry about that. But I was thinking to myself, I'm like, yes, I do sound like Q-Tip. I was thinking to myself, think about it. That's 4 men that got you pregnant, and they will not combine their resources together to put you in a home or get you groceries. That's crazy work.
And also too, I always wonder, classy, don't they feel shame that they got pregnant 3 times by 3 different people? And it's like at some point you have to come to realize you fucked up. I'm sorry for my language, but
Well, eventually, from what I've saw, a lot of these women, and I can test this from people in my family, they won't admit it. Most of them will go into a stupor by doing a lot of drinking. I've seen that a lot too.
So no stepdad. And I see y'all in the chat. Not to cut you off, I see Uncle Tall said he ain't got no kids. All right. What, Project Leroy, I think. SBC Nation. Stepdaddies. Y'all are the beacon of light. Y'all are the hope.
1 kid. That's what when I think of a woman that could be, and I gotta be clear how I say, because y'all like to crucify me, that qualifies to be a wife. In my mind, and the way I think, I'm thinking of a sister, like we said, that gave it a shot with a guy she thought is forever, and it didn't work out. She got 1 kid. I can't think past 1 kid and think of that's just me personally. But a sister, 1 kid, 7, 8 years old. She cool. She down to earth. She's self-aware. You telling me you gonna turn your nose up to that, knowing what's out here?
And that's why too, and that's why too, when Media Man said people with kids should get with people that have kids also, not no childless man. A childless man is not going to understand the plight of having a kid.
Well, I agree, because I'm a childless guy. I like to get up and go whenever I feel like it. I like to have my own certain type of peace. That's why I date women with no kids, because first of all, I can do anything I want with her. We can go out to the beach, butt naked, skinny dipping. We can go travel. We can get up and do whatever we want to, and there's nothing holding us back. And that's not saying there's something against the kids. I'm just saying there is no restriction. There is no boundary. There's no barrier. You can do whatever you want. I understand when you have a kid, you have responsibilities that you have to take care of. And personally, me, I'd rather you get together with your baby father and make it work. If you don't want to be together, at least do the best you can to make that kid the best human being he can be on this planet while he's on this earth. My opinion. But
listen, this is a hell of a case study. Like I said, SBC, we know 56% will get you in, Leon, single and childless, but the study is being shown right here.
Appreciate you, brother EV. Says me a stepdad. The devil is a bastard. 1 kid. Y'all, I feel like it's too much cap going on. I didn't see too much to know. I know what I'm talking about. 1 kid, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. You ain't changing no diapers. Appreciate GV with your cap yourself. Says Stephen James got his phone from radio.
At best, he got that phone from the Chinese nail shop.
You want a telephone with your mail?
Yeah, that's wonton. That's wonton Wi-Fi.
Oh, Stephen James. Shout out to Uncle Tall. Says we talk about this. Them kids know they mama ain't ish. Oh.
So here we go. We'll get you in, Leon. What you got? All right. What you got, Leon? On the stepdaddy. Would you be? I think we talked to you about this before, Leon.
Oh, of course. Without question. I would be stepdaddy. But that's because I know the secrets of success of being a stepdaddy.
What you got?
And but I wanted to say that this is an excellent show. It needs to be chopped up and it needs to be studied because there are so many good points that was made tonight by all of the people. And I was at the library today, and my library still has DVDs that you can check out. And this is one of the DVDs that I checked out.
You still got a DVD player?
Oh yeah. Shoot, I told you. I told you I got Rubber Soul by the Beatles and Tusk, the double album by Fleetwood Mac for Christmas.
The Witch. Do you have
yeah,
do you have a VHS? Do you have a VHS player?
Yes,
Leon?
I do. Actually, I do, and I have VHS tapes.
Do you have do you have Corn on VHS? Okay, it's yes.
I don't watch it. I don't watch it.
Hold on. Do you got magazines?
Yeah, he got those little Linda Lovelace tapes.
Magazines. I have heavy metal magazines from the 90s.
Smut mags.
I don't have any.
Jug.
No. X-rated. X-rated.
Hustler, Playboy.
Oh.
Yeah, you lying. Look at God. You lying.
I tell you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
You lying, Leon?
No, I don't. I don't have any porn mags, and I don't watch porn because it makes me sleepy. And
all right, here we go.
Oh, but anyway, let me wrap this up real quick.
Oh, the porn you watching? Is it laced with melatonin or something?
No, it's just that me being a nerd.
All right, go on, Leon. Go
on. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. It's just me being a nerd. I want to save them all, and I can't. You know, that which is crooked cannot be made straight. But one thing that you guys have been talking about tonight was get into the bag. Get into the bag. That's all over the black community. Get into the bag. Get into the bag. But guess what? You don't even know what the bag is about. You don't even understand what this is. You know, you need to, first of all, you need to understand what currency is. You know, what money is, where it comes from, how, you know, but, you know, kids need to understand that. But the first car I've ever been given, my very first car was a 1979 Maverick that was given to me by this old white lady that I used to cut her yard for 4 years from...
hold on, stop. You wasn't just cutting her yard. You was munching grass, a lot of stuff. I was just cutting her. Go on, Leon.
No. Look, I'm a nerd. You know, I don't look at myself as anything that a black woman would find attractive. You know, I'm just me. You know, so if a black woman wants to walk my way, then yeah, that's the
Hold
look.
on.
My next car is gonna. My next car I want to be a 1977 Lincoln.
Wait, Leon, you moving too fast. You moving too fast. What you do for this 4x4 vehicle here? Ain't no woman just give you this vehicle.
It was a 79 Maverick.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
4.2
Maverick.
liter wagon, 4x4. That's
No, Maverick. Look it up. A 1979 Ford Maverick. Hold on.
Look, that's 89. That's 89.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Leon wasn't that up to
rolling.
No, his phone. Leon, you got a house phone?
Yeah.
You got a landline?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, check it out. Okay. So this lady gave me my first car because for 4 years I did, yes, 1979 Ford Maverick. And it was given to me. All I had to do was put a battery in it. And that was my very first car. And what I'm trying to say is this, is that because I had integrity and I I did a good job for this woman. And, so it's just like, look, you got to have integrity. It's not based on your blackness does not give you integrity. So if you're black, you should be proud, like the man said, and you should take an opportunity like classy, like Mr. Eds, like Mr. Walker, like all of us. That doesn't mean that we haven't messed up in life at some point. But it just means that we changed our minds at some point. See, the shame is not in messing up. The shame is keep messing up when you know to do better. That's the shame. So these people are talking about the streets. And yes, there are some people that can be put out on the street at 9 a.m. and by 5 p.m. they have a place furnished, lights on, heat's on. There's street survivors. I'm not that. My thing is that I need a steady paycheck. I need stability. I need to know that, I need predictability. I don't need chaos. I need peace. Hold on, let me see.
Hold on.
Hey, Roland, let me call you back.
Leon,
Hey, hello? Oh, Avis. I thought you was Roland. I thought you was my landlord. Hey, look, yeah, I'm here. Do you want me to unlock the door?
Are you messing with your landlord?
No, Roland had called, but he had the phone had hung up before I could get to him. So I thought you was Roland.
Why the fuck would he be calling you this time of night?
Because we're talking about me owning the place.
And then
We need couth. We need to have some couth
Hold
and
on,
some decorum here.
hold on. My landlord line went dead. Anyway, so Avis is coming over, so I got to do some things. But what I'm trying to say is this, is that it's about the streets ain't got shit for you except death and hell. That's it. If you want death or hell, you can go that way. But I'm trying to tell you, that's all the streets got for you. They talking about love for the streets. I got love for the streets. Hell no. Dr. Dre said I got the hell out the neighborhood because they can't get to you if they can't see you. So that's Chronic 2001. You know what I'm saying? So what the deal is this, man, I'm trying to tell you, the streets ain't got no love for you at all. That's it. Now, I may never get married. Now, I love Avis with all my heart. all my heart.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes,
no.
You a liar, and the truth ain't in you.
You
a liar.
That's a lie.
But the thing is that
you would be married.
all I
You
can
would get down on that knee if you loved her with all your heart, Leon.
I've asked her.
Huh?
I've asked her.
What'd she say?
Avis has been hurt so badly.
Younger.
She even said to me the other time she was over here, she said, Leon, ain't it sad that that you touch me the way you touch me, but my heart is so broken.
How old is she? Is she younger? Is she younger?
Oh yeah, Avis is like
it. Leon, she sounds like she about 30.
No, Avis is she's in her 30s.
Come on, man. I know what I hear. I know Kudakata. I said about 30. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Avis is a nurse. She's beautiful. You think Ebony Dean is beautiful?
Wait 1 second. So wait, hold on, slow down. You be moving so fast. So you asked her for her hand in marriage, and did you get down on one knee?
No, we were just talking about it.
Wrong answer. See, no, so you didn't do it. Now, see that? No, sitting there talking about marriage, that's nug behavior, brother Leon. You're supposed to be serious, get down on one knee, drop a tear, tell how much you love her, and try to coax a yes out of her. Did she give you a definite no?
No.
Do she get kids?
One. He's grown.
Oh, okay. How's she grown? What's she?
I think
nonetheless, Leon, that's the whole best.
She had her kid like when she was like 19 or 20.
I know. All right, granted. All right, so why ain't you marrying this woman if you love her with all your heart?
You can only ask.
Or why are you sticking around? Why are you taking this abuse?
You didn't ask. You never asked.
No. Because not only is Avis on that level, we also speak about she wants to open up her own business. She calls me up. There's advice.
So you're a sugar daddy. You a sugar daddy?
No, I don't give Avis not one dime.
Leon,
you a lie. Not one. I refuse to give a woman money.
Well, wait, see,
hold on, man.
Stop lying.
Why you lying, ho?
Stop lying.
Prezi, I know the time, ho.
Stop lying.
4G's what we slide.
Stop.
Mr. King, not even for the woman that's got your heart, you wouldn't give her no money?
I will financially support my wife. I've never been married.
Okay.
I refuse to do that.
You know, Leon, you got to be fair. First, you got to legit ask for a hand in marriage. You have yet to you bought up marriage. You bought it up. Like you have to sit there and look that woman in her face and say, "Hey, I'm for real." This say this is the only chance you got to be in a layer. Say, "Will you marry me?" And let her
she's in the layer already.
So you fornicating?
Oh, I'm a fornicating Christian.
Oh, you're slaying that dragon.
Leon, you will not get through the pearly gates and meet the manager.
Hold on. First of all, I judge myself lest I be judged.
What that mean? What the hell did that mean?
That means that I know my sin and I face it every day. Every morning I wake up, I say, God damn, it's you again.
You can't live in it. You can't live in it.
You can't wallow in it. You can't wallow in sin, Leon.
No, I don't live in it. When I'm down on my knees with Avis, I'm saying, Lord, I love this woman. I'm praying. Look, I don't believe in, look, you know what fucking is? It's called fornication under consent of the king.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the word fuck means.
Okay.
Yeah, fornication under consent of the king.
Very powerful, sir. Very powerful.
Is this go back when the kings had first right?
Me and the owner of the building are in discussions about me purchasing this place.
So when you get married?
when the woman that I asked says yes.
But you never asked.
Leon, you know what they will call you? They will call you a simp.
There's a thin line between simp and pimp, and I damn sure ain't no simp.
All right. Y'all hear that in the chat? Leon ain't no simp.
Mr. King, how long have you been with this young lady?
Avis has been coming by for years.
Does
Sounds
she
like
know
a
y'all in a
worthy candidate.
relationship?
Shantae? Does she know about Shantae?
Wait, god dang. No, Ava, Shantae, does Ava or Shantae know that they're in a relationship with you?
Is that a nickname?
We relate together on a positive note. I refuse to, they know that I refuse to deal in mediocrity or BS. So, you know, they follow under my instruction when they're here, or they don't be here.
Okay.
So, but anyway, to wrap it up, stay away from the streets. Stay away from them. If you want to live a good, long life on this earth, stay away from the streets. Because if you don't, there is a place for you. And I'm a true crime junkie. And I know right now that they are handing out time like water because they want these slaves. People do not understand that there is legal slavery in this country, and they want those slaves.
There you go. That's true. Via the penal system. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. And they don't care who or what they got to do to make a person a slave. They don't care.
Yeah. Was that the 13th Amendment?
Yes. The second part of the 13th Amendment. And they had to put that in there to satisfy the southern states. The first person to go into Corcoran prison when they built it was a Chinese man.
So, Leon, when do you think you're gonna find a woman to marry you? Yeah, I ain't gonna get enough topic. You can keep going every which way you want to. When you gonna get married?
Ecclesiastes says there's a time for everything. There's a time for everything.
You are the captain of your own destiny. You got to see, into the future a little bit. So, with all your wisdom and all, so where do you see yourself as far as marriage in the next 5 years to be safe?
Yeah, I see myself being married in the next 5 years. But
Okay.
like I said, when a man says that, ask a woman, "Will you marry me?" He's saying, "I would die for you." I want to make sure of the person that I'm willing to get on that cross for. Because the Bible says that a man should love his wife like Christ loved the church. Christ sacrificed for the church.
Do you have a sacrificial love?
Yes. I believe as far as success, as far as the relationship between a man and a woman, that a man should love his woman as Christ loved the church. But a man should be in love with God.
So, are you in love with God?
Yeah.
So, so it sounds like you got it pretty much all together as far as leadership.
No, hell no. When I was 16, I didn't know shit. I'm 56 and I still don't know shit.
So is this why
Avis
is this why Avis won't take your hand in marriage?
Avis isn't ready for marriage.
Well, wait a minute now, brother Leon. I gotta always take accountability. So you're saying that you 56 and still don't know ish. That sounds like Leadership. Is this a reason why Avis and the doll, all your girlfriends, won't take your hand in marriage?
I say I don't know something because I don't believe that there's a time that a person should stop learning. I don't think that there's a time when I can say, "Oh, I know this, I know this, I know." Look, I may know something, but I may not know it the way I ought to know it. There's a thing of called getting it done and then getting it right. Sometimes you just got to get something done and then you tighten up. You can never stop learning. You should never stop learning. Do you know that I've seen that video, that documentary Eyes on the Prize before? Yes. But as I was watching it today, there was parts of it that, I was like, really? So what I'm trying to say is this, and we were talking about numbers. One thing that scares people is numbers. Look, pick up an algebra book, get back into it. Pick up a calculus book.
All right, Leon, you're going down rabbit holes. Leon, we got to stop you, right? I'll say this, Leon, to end it off. If you do get married in the next 5 years, we will come to your marriage. It got to be something nice, though, something fancy, like at Applebee's or something. It got to be nice. So
if I get married, see, the marriage is a celebration. The wedding day is a celebration.
Amen.
The marriage itself is a solemn affair. Just like in the movie The Godfather, he said only women and children can afford to be careless. Men cannot afford to be careless. I can't afford to be out here playing in a joke and slipping in a slide. And, I got a wife, and if she got kids, I got to be ready to go to hell or jail for them. So it's like this, use Ebony as a hypothetical here, but, I know Ebony got a child, that may not be my child, but by me taking on Ebony as my wife, I'm saying that, look,
I don't know, Leon. I don't like this hypothetical. I feel like you've been dreaming about this hypothetical.
Yeah, because you
life. Leon, I feel like you're trying to manifest. All right.
No, I don't believe in manifestation.
Stand down, Leon. Stand down.
I don't believe in manifestation. I believe in hard work. If you want something in life, if you want something good in life, you got to put the work into it. And you cannot have a microwave life. It takes brick by brick by brick. And if you go off the path, sometimes you got to tear down that work and start all over again. You got to be patient. You got to sit. Look, do you think that you guys are the only ones that I've sent videos to? Because in a multitude of counselors, there's safety. You got to surround yourself with like people that you can hold yourself accountable to. I'm 56. You think that I don't have people that get in my ass?
Pause.
Yes. Yes. I have white folks that are older than me that I look up to that correct me when I go off the rails. And they reward me when they see me doing what I need to do, but you don't get no credit for what you do, what you're supposed to do. I don't get no credit for paying my light bill or my rent. Are you insane? No. When you're on your deathbed, and this is what it's going to take for people to succeed. You have got to envision your death. When you envision your death, then you can decide how you want to live.
Leon, how did we get here?
It's about staying away from the streets and living the life of a nerd. Either you're going to live the life of a nerd or you're going to live the life of a thug. The choice is yours.
Granted. All right, we're gonna start getting final thoughts. We'll get you in, Richai. What you got, brother? We need wisdom now. Not that Leon didn't have wisdom. We need modern wisdom. Leon got that old, Old Testament wisdom.
Leon got that old dark age wisdom.
Yeah, y'all don't understand it. Y'all don't get it. I understand, Leon. Go ahead, Richard. What you got?
A hard act to follow. I think I'm having problems again. That's a hard act to follow.
I know it is. Because no Maso G.
Hey, Steven, I sent you in the chat. I sent you my email address. I hope you got it.
I think we'll check.
I'll send it again in the regular chat, not the StreamYard chat. But
Money.
But I'm having delays again, and I got to work out this StreamYard thing.
Yeah, I see Leon was frustrating you, so it's a lot.
Yeah, no problem, OG. Get the super chat here. Shout out to the brother Project.
Yeah,
Leroy. Appreciate you. Says called up 2 F-16s to bring down Leon King's plane, flying into legal airspace with his rabbit holes.
I mean, he liked that woman earlier we was watching. Well, none of us knew what the heck she was talking about. Like you said, you bouncing. Granted, Leon got that kind of mind. Most of y'all ain't that smart. You can't have 5 conversations at one time. All right, y'all got a one-track mind. Leon got a freeway.
Oh, freeway. Yeah, freeway going every which way. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Sponsored tonight's show. Says we talked about this. Them kids know their mama ain't ish. We got that one. Still true.
Okay, so we'll get you in, Sister Ebony. Let you get your final thoughts. What you got? I know you done sat here through a lot just now. We apologize for Leon's lack of coof. You muted.
Still muted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, Leon, I know you're still in the chat. Maybe Avis, maybe she will be more prone to marry you and stuff if you weren't hotboxing in the house like that. Like, that's a lot of smoking you be doing. So I don't know. Maybe just look into it. Maybe you can go out back or something like that. Maybe she just wants to breathe some clean air. Just a thought.
Definitely stuffy in there. Yeah, I talk about this. Intimacy, whether it's mental or physical, it's an experience. You don't want to be sitting there trying to vibe and you can't take a deep breath because you smelling, crusty menthols residue.
It's a lot. Leon definitely took us way off track. If you just coming in, the show was not that lighthearted. We was having a serious conversation for a few hours, but per usual, Leon, but we needed it because it was, but we gonna end with some more thoughtful stuff. So, like I said, what you got, Ebony, as far as this F the Streets movement, they say it's dividing the culture. What you think?
I think that if we just teach our kids to just focus on their goals and focus on their main goals and show them a different way, like, with our generations and stuff, maybe we didn't have as many options as our kids do now, but teach them about STEM and teach them about trades and, teach them about stepping stones, because we all had to start somewhere and we're all working towards a higher goal. So I think all that is really important. And just kind of limit what part of the entertainment and stuff that you watch and that you take in, and take the good parts of the culture and run with it, and then leave that degenerate stuff alone, because you just don't need that in your life. It's not going to be beneficial to you. And reparations for all of us, and cut the check. So
amen.
So shout out to Sister Ebony Dean. All right. What you got, brother Divine? Get you in. What you got?
It's hard to top. It's hard to top what Leon was saying because I was just in and out. So, but
Oh,
I will say this.
go ahead.
But I will say this. Like, well, we live in a life where we have free will. Either you can be a product of your environment, or you can choose to do better. And it's like as far as the whole F the street movement, like what Ebony said. Sometimes we have to teach our kids to focus on trade schools or keep the main thing the main thing. Don't worry about others. Don't try to compare yourself to others. Don't try to be like others. Always be yourself. Always be yourself. Whether you're awkward, socially awkward, continue to be yourself and don't worry about what those other people are doing. Keep the focus on yourself.
There you go. Lean into it. I've been stressing that. This was also was Kevin Samuel's message. Like, be you, man. Don't be worried about trying to be like another guy. That is just cringe. Be genuinely yourself. I believe especially as men, when we are being ourselves, we always bring something special to the table, something that's just unique to Stephen James, classy, divine photos. It's something unique. But you can't bring that out if you're worried about trying to act or be someone else. Amen, brother. Brother Stephen James, what you got? Closing statements.
My closing statement is you still got a bad face. And Miss Ebony Dean, I hope you didn't take offense to when I called you butterscotch. That's what we called ladies who look like
none
you
taken at all.
back in the day, who was pretty fine. Of course, yeah, no one can follow the intelligent, disassembled ramblings of the great Leon King. However, I will say that some things I agree with him on, some things I didn't. I'm just thankful that you brothers seriously have this platform, and by you doing Truth Over Lies and having so many channels or whatever, hopefully I'll do my part to try and broadcast for you, because the message that you guys have, I do believe in. And so that's why everybody is up here. And I'll just say one thing for those who believe in this message. If you join the Patreon, it's kind of like buying Gavin and Mr. Walker, for all their hard work, a #1 once a month. Can we do that? Can we buy them a #1 once a month? Yeah, I'm just thankful for you guys. The entertainment level was very, very high. The education level was very high. I appreciate it. And with that, until Mr. Walker somehow, some way does something good in life, like wear a mask so we don't have to see him every day like this. Yeah, I'll rock with you boys. Yeah. Keep it on. Keep that on. I remember when you first broke that out a while ago. I was on that. Yeah. Keep that on until 10 days after you die, and then just keep it on. Anyway, and Mr. Gavin, I'm going to say this. I'm going to start treating you like a little brother too. That wonton Wi-Fi. Oh, that was classic. Oh, you on my list, sir, and I ain't got to check it twice. Oh, I'm coming after you, sir.
If y'all want visuals on Brother Stephen James wonton Wi-Fi, check out the picture tonight or tomorrow. There may be an illustration.
Hey, I just rock with you guys. You're getting close to my love scale. I love what you guys stand for, the whole family and things, and what you would like, how you like to see the world get better. But yeah, like I said, one day I'm waiting for you to get to the point, the level where you say, well, what's causing all this? And then I'll really rock with you. But yeah. Oh, and Rachai, I did not see your email in the chat. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Walker, if either one of y'all see that, can y'all put that in the private Patreon that I could see or something, whatever? Because I would love to hook up with anybody, actually. I would love to get my email out and just say hello to everybody. But yeah, get on the Patreon, get on the Discord, whatever it is. Do both.
There you go. Shout out to Uncle Steven. All right, you graduating to Unc status now. You see that?
First it was OG, now it's Unc. Look, I have an issue with just because I've been around for thousands of years does not mean that you got to call me OG.
Yes, it does.
I still got some lead in my pencil. I'm still ready to roll. What you talking about, OG? Stop it.
Take pride. No, when I'm your age, I'm gonna take pride in the youngsters call me Uncle OG.
He said, in my age, I'm only 52. See, Gavin, see, you working my nerves, Gavin.
OG for sure. OG is original. OG means original gentleman, or it's either original gentleman or original gangster. But original gentleman, it's a term of endearment.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You keep saying that, yeah. And I'm gonna scoop both of you ninjas when I see you. I'm on the way.
Shout out to Steven. We appreciate you, brother. And also, we'll get Classy in. What's your final thoughts, Classy?
Well, honestly, I'm just gonna tell the hip hop heads that made the videos in today's subject. There's that saying, Ben Parker said it best. You OG dudes, with great power comes great responsibilities. The younger guys that getting to the bag or whatever you like to call it, you can also be decent and gifted at the same time as well. My final thoughts.
Appreciate you, Classy.
Short and sweet. That was dope.
Shout out to Better Believes Me. We appreciate you. Says first solution is to cancel Boosie. Every melanated YouTuber needs to hold him accountable and get it in the algorithm. Shit, listen here, been doing that. Just don't patronize them. Don't look, don't watch the content. Respectfully.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
So there we go. Like I said, we appreciate y'all coming up tonight, Sister Ebony.
For sure. Appreciate y'all.
Steven, you're muted. Your stuff ain't work. Well, go ahead, Ebony. What you got?
I just want to say happy holidays to everyone. And you guys, tomorrow is Areta Sase Day. So celebrate with your families. Tomorrow's the 24th. So happy Areta Sase to everyone also.
Areta Sese. Areta Sese. There we go. I got to keep saying this so I can pronounce it right. There we go. Appreciate your sister, Ebony Dean.
Yep. Anytime. Bye, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've been talking about that for about a month now. Go ahead, Steven. I thought you got final words. Now look, what? Go ahead. What do you got?
I just saw Leon's message to me in the chat or whatever. Have a good night, sir. Your interpretation of the scriptures is interesting. I'll say that. Interesting. I'm not going to say that how accurate it is, but it is interesting. So rock on, sir. Do your thing and break on through to the other side.
Break on through to the other side.
Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, maybe we'll set up a debate one day between you and Leon.
I don't debate. Nope. I don't do that.
You scared? You scared?
You can say whatever you want. I let the scriptures talk for themselves and then let the people decide. I don't debate anything.
Debate. Don't call it a discussion.
Nope. Nope.
All right, Steven. Good night. Have a good night, Steven.
Listen here. Shout out to the show, man. I got final words. I don't know who said it. I think it's it's Ebony Dean. Always come for dropping knowledge. Get a job. Tabitha said it earlier this year. She got canceled. But back to the youngsters. Forget these old folks. Like Brother Richard said, a lot of us, we done. The kids. Do not hesitate to get a job. She said it perfectly. That is not your end game. I just told my son this, Sister Ebony. This is where you start. This builds you. It gives you contrast. You learn how hard or you learn what it takes to earn $1. You see what I'm saying? It's a different energy. If I give you $100, you can go spend $100 on some goofy. You didn't earn it. It don't mean nothing. You might lose it and not care. But if you had to work a full day dealing with, unpleasant people, rambunctious bonquisha, we put it on display. That $100 might as well be $1,000. So getting a job is so beneficial. It builds character. It helps you appreciate things. So yeah, get a job. And what is it? I got a quote here. God and good people help those that help themselves. And I think that's missed. I believe these youngsters, Miss X, think they'll get a job and maybe get stuck like their mama and uncles. But I truly believe that whenever you are young and you really trying and you help yourself, God and good people will come to your aid as well.
That part. And I see Brother Leon say y'all can talk offline. Yeah, if y'all got to talking offline, y'all be the best of friends, frenemies. Y'all be like Soul Brother, Bernie Mac and Samuel Jackson. Y'all remember that movie? That's gonna be Stephen James and Leon.
They gonna be like Samuel Jackson and that dude off of the Hateful Eight up in Haberdashery. That's how they gonna be. They go hash it out, huh? Iron sharpens iron, brother Stephen James. Don't run from that smoke. That's good. That's good stuff.
So we made it through another show. All right. Shout out to everybody that came through tonight. Everybody supporting the show, especially in the Cash app. And shout out to Ebony Dean coming through, sponsoring the show late with a 25 ball. She says, "Happy holidays, fellas."
Happy holidays. Happy Areta Sese. I think I got it right. And yeah, my bad. Yeah, we didn't forget you 3 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m. came up here, blessed us with his presence. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you. Like I said, appreciate you, Sister Ebony.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And the rest of the sponsors here tonight. Uncle Tall came through in the Cash app. Shout out to Baba T. Get well, Baba T. Yeah, Baba T dropped a 20 ball. So hopefully next show you got to show up. We definitely need a welfare check.
There we go.
Also, shout out to Project Leroy, Better Believes Me, Noodles Jefferson, Rachel came through sponsoring the show, Classy Perspective, Richard Media, the brothers coming up here blessing us, and the big sponsors, Raquel Rose. And also, shout out to Uncle Tom.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate y'all Jab Chickens rocking out with us this Truth Over Lies Tuesday. If you have not already, make sure y'all hit the like button and the subscribe button on your way out. We appreciate y'all supporting your channel, supporting your interests. Please and thank you. Continue to do so. Hitting that super chat, hitting that Cash app. And thank you to everybody gifting the memberships throughout the show. Can't thank you guys enough. Speaking of gifted membership, shout out to the brother 3 a.m. coming through at the end of the show, gifting one Truth Over Lies membership. Thank you, brother.
So that's the show for tonight. We will be back up here Thursday. We plan on it. All right, y'all know it's Christmas, so anything can happen. It's Christmas. We plan on being here, but if not, hopefully y'all are understanding.
Christmas time. How many of y'all buying Christmas presents? Huh? How many of y'all got that Christmas tree up in y'all living room, you pagans?
Man, I think my mama got like 2 Christmas trees. I said, what you got 2 Christmas trees for?
Ooh, double the fun, double the Jesus.
But nonetheless, shout out to everybody celebrating Christmas. Like I said, we plan on being here, but if not, don't be in the thing, Stephen James, in the Patreon, raising hell.
He will. They already know. It's already predestined. That's all right, because I'm going to be raising heck as well. If y'all want to learn about Wonton Wi-Fi that Stephen James got, you might want to join the Patreon. You ain't going to see nowhere else.
That was wicked. Well, okay. We'll be back. So until then, until Thursday, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now. Viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets when you need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.